Okay, guys, so here we go again. So is the sound coming through? Okay, I know that you're saying that the intro did, and it was weird because I just did a reboot the other day. So am I sounding okay? Is everything looking good? Yeah, thumbs up. Kent,
And you
because
can hear me?
I can hear you, but perfect now. Okay. Obviously, my computer needed another reboot. I don't know why. But, anyways, so I'm glad that that fixed it. Sorry about that, you guys. I honestly, I mean, like I said, normally I reboot my computer like maybe like, I don't know, once every few weeks. But I just
Them internet quality control people were gone out for supper. That's what it was.
Of course, of course. Okay. So again, you guys, if you guys haven't hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do. Of course, May 2nd was the date that they disappeared of 2025. We're basically at 5 months and 9 days into answers for Jack and Lily. And again, remember, this is the reason why we're here. No matter of the other stuff behind this, it's still about Jack and Lily, right? And the justice and the need for answers for what happened to Jack and Lily. Um, Wisdom, thank you for the super sticker. I'm not sure if it doubled up or if there was it's showing. Yeah, I think it was just one, but for some reason it came in as two. So thank you so much, Wisdom, for that super sticker. On there again, thank you guys for joining the live today. There's a lot of stuff to talk about today, and I was deciding if I was going to do a live today. It was just a matter of getting my ass out of bed, to be honest with you, because I had woken up really early in the morning. I was like talking to a bunch of people. Nova Scotia, as you know, Kent wakes up at about 2:30 my time in the morning, and then next thing I know, messages start coming in and stuff like that. But anyways, and then I did get a couple of hours of nappy in there, and then I was like, or then I was like, then you sent this. Sorry, you had sent the live with Christine and with Malehya'S statement that was in it. We're going to play that. But before we get started, again, I want to thank you guys all for being here. We want answers. We're the voices for Jack and Lily, and we have to remain steadfast, remembering that that's the purpose of why we're first and foremost here, regardless of all noise or speculation and stuff like that, or, well, just a bunch of noise, to be honest with you, right, Kent? So we are going to play the Christina's thing, but we're going to simply do it from the 7-minute mark when the statement starts, okay? Because you guys could, who hasn't seen it yet, can go watch it yourselves. Obviously, it's about Bring Me Home, and I think what's her name again? Chrissy Tavers or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then someone named Angela is from the same foundation of Bring Me Home for Jack and Lily, and then she's going to be reading the statement that Malehy'a had put out to that particular live to Christine and the live there. So before we get started, Kent, we're not going to, like I said, get into any long spiel right now, but just quickly, of course, you're here joining me right now. And is there anything you want to say before we start playing the clip, or just get into it?
Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, yes. And I want to say about that. Yeah, the Drunk Turkey show last night, he had Dr. Jamie Vaughna on it, and I love her. Sorry, but I love her. I know that her feelings go along with many of ours, and maybe other people's not. But for me, it's like I said, this case is absolutely strange, and it is twisted. Whatever you want to call it, there's nothing that seems right about this case. But anyways, so let's get into playing this again. I'm just going to play it. And then we're going to tell you our thoughts, and you guys can say your thoughts as well about this particular statement from Malehy'a. I mean, because we still all have our opinions regardless, right? So let's do that. We'll add that to the stage. Just 1 second. I got to remove this one to add this one. Again, Wisdom Beauty, thank you so much for that super sticker. Take that down. Absolutely. Her credentials, just like Bev, you guys know Bev from Crime Room Confidential. What is it? No, hold on. Bev, I always get hers wrong. Crime Courtroom Confidential. It's a tongue twister. Anyways, again, a very highly decorated child protection lawyer, criminal. She's been a criminal lawyer, and now she's a crown prosecutor lawyer. And that's why she hasn't been able to come on, because she's really busy in her new role and stuff like that. But we have very highly decorated people giving their thoughts and stuff like that. And to me, I think it does speak volumes when you have these people that are highly decorated in psychology, whether it's body language, all that stuff, that, of course you take that with a bigger grain of salt than what I say and think, in a sense, because this is coming from professionals that do this for a living all the time. And so I want to say appreciation, because I really did enjoy that on the Drunk Turkey show last night. Actually, I would really like to see her up there again, maybe once she's inserted herself more into the knowledge of the case and stuff like that. And I'm sure DT will have her on. But anyways, we'll touch on this stuff first. There are a little bit of updates to the court documents. Not very much, guys. It's really like a grain of salt stuff that has come out, but it's very nominal. I will say that. And then obviously there's stuff going on with, we'll say the girlfriend, and DT touched on that yesterday. We'll touch on that just a little bit as well on here on the live. But let's get into this, and I'll make this bigger. And again, thank you for everyone that's watching right now. Hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily. And so let me make this bigger. And like I said, I'm only playing the part from the statement. So again, thank you for everyone that is trying to find voices for Jack and Lily. Make sure my volume's up here nice and good for y'all. And we'll listen to it.
Submitted from Malaya Brooks Murray to Please Bring Me Home. And here it is. As a mother, I love my children more than life itself, and feel so heartbroken not being able to hold my two children, Lily and Jack, kiss them, breathe in their scent, or tuck them into bed, dress them, wake up to their sweet smiling faces. The longing I have for them to come back home to me is a greater feeling than I would never imagine feeling, or put into words how I am feeling. There is not one single day, minute, or second that goes by that I am not thinking about my children. I walk into a store and all I see is things they love that I want to get that for them. When they come home, the candy they like, the clothes they wear, the toys they love, all I see is them. I so desperately just want them home safe and sound, back into my arms, where I will never let them go. I am truly traumatized, not being able to hear the sweet sound of their voices, their laugh, when they would sing Gabby's Dollhouse song that now only makes me cry when I hear it. Because all I hear is Lily and Jack singing along, not being able to breathe in their scent when I embrace them lightly. I don't want these moments to be memories. I want my babies back home, my Lily Mae and Jackie. The pure pain I suffer of just not knowing where they are has impacted my life and Meadow's life and my family in the most devastating way. Life feels extremely hard to keep going. With no answers, it's just pure lostness, like I can no longer feel at home anymore. No matter how lost I feel, I have not ever given up hope that my children will be returned home safe to me. I have all the faith and hope I will see them again. Please, anyone with any information, no matter how small, please come forward. Please do not be afraid to use your voice to help bring home Lily and Jack. Even the smallest details are crucial. I am so incredibly grateful and thankful for all the ongoing efforts of the RCMP, Major Crimes, Search and Rescue, and Please Bring Me Home, PDMH. The RCMP Major Crime Unit and Please Bring Me Home will continue to investigate, and they need your help. You can share tips anonymously at pleasebringmehome.com or contact the RCMP directly. I will never stop searching for my children until they are found and brought home safe and sound. Someone, somewhere, knows something, so please help bring my babies home. To the incredible volunteers, searchers, and investigators, and compassionate strangers who have stood beside us, thank you for your tireless dedication, your prayers, your time spent combing through the woods and yards, sharing photos and refusing to give up. You and the hope of my children will be home, and my youngest daughter are the reason I hold strength and keep going. You've shown me that love, kindness, and compassion still shine even in the darkest times. Everything you've done has not gone unnoticed. Thank you. With deepest gratitude, Malehy'a Brooks Murray.
Okay. So that was again a statement that was read from, I think, Angela from Please Bring Me Home. And as we know that they're going to be, there's going to be an upcoming search. And but so Kent, again, right, guys, we all have our opinions and stuff like that. But anyways, let's just get into what you think about this particular statement. Just regardless, just say what you feel, whatever you want to say, Kent.
Well, this time I'm going to bow to you.
Me?
Yep.
Why?
You go first. You go first.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, what makes this hard? Okay. So first of all, I want to say this. Um, people are always looking for Malehy'a to come from the shadows and into the light and talk about Jack and Lily. Okay. So on the positive side, of course, should of course all this be genuine and sincere from a mother that say, let's just take it from the fact of that she absolutely has no idea what happened to her two children and stuff like that. Now, so from a standpoint, again, it would be, something again that we hear from the mother, when you're listening to things about toys, songs, and all those different things, you can't help but just, think about Lily and Jack. And okay, you know what? Let me start with I want to start with the negative first, actually, and then go to the positive. Negative, it seems very hollow, because it's not being read by Malehy'a Brooks Murray herself. It comes off as very hollow when somebody else is reading the words instead of the true emotions of Malehy'a Brooks Murray, who's the mother. And so I think that absolutely that should have been done, because people want to hear from the mother. They've been waiting a long time to hear from Malehy'a Brooks Murray. And so in this whole statement here, she makes a comment about keep being voices for Jack and Lily. And so my thoughts on that would be, well, you need to be a voice properly for Jack and Lily, not using someone to read a statement that you wrote yourself. This is your two children, so you need to be out here in the forefront, and you don't need to talk about the situation of, May 2nd, but you should be out here, Malehy'a, saying this for yourself, even if it was in an audio clipping and then you sent it in. People want to hear sincerity, and they want to hear from you, not somebody else read your stuff. I wonder if Malehy'a still thinks that her children are abducted, as she was trying to say near the start. So I'm curious, Malehy'a, if you still feel like your children are abducted. Are they abducted by strangers? What do you feel happened to your children there? But on, again, the positive side, something is always better than nothing. And again, it's some words from Malehy'a. There's not much to this. There's no besides it being about, you want it to always be about Jack and Lily, but you want to feel the compassion behind it and stuff like that. So I appreciate the fact that she came out and I guess said something to please bring me home. I know that I believe that they've been working with her to try to, get her to have a statement and stuff like that. Um, so the words within it, obviously, if it's from a genuine place, it's heartbreaking, right? There are two children that are missing from that fact. But I can't fake pretending of something, but it's hollow. Unfortunately, it just runs hollow because it's not coming from Malaya. So that's what I would want to see is Malaya actually saying these words for herself to put the actual emotion and the meanings behind them, um, to get the people to, maybe possibly be behind her more. But asking people to be voices for Jack and Lily, that sounds very hypocritical to me. That's my thoughts. Yours?
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to offend anybody. If my comments do, I apologize beforehand. But I was disappointed. I know the main thing of the live was the announcement that bring them home or bring me home, whatever you want to call it, is getting involved and planning on having boots on the ground on the end of the month. Before the live started, I had no idea that there was going to be a statement of any kind read, played, or anything from Malaya. When I found out at the beginning of the video that there was going to be a statement read from Malaya, I got excited. I wanted to hear the emotion in her voice. I feel for her. I can't imagine her having to write something like this and prepare it. But I also know that every one of us would have rathered, even if it was pre-recorded, so that it could have been, if she needed a break to continue talking, well, take a break. But and I'm just using my own case, and I'm not saying this because I don't want the spotlight on me. It's Jack and Lily. But I'm out here doing whatever I can to raise the awareness and speak on Jack and Lily's behalf. And by having this read, and Angeline, I can imagine, or Angela, I can imagine you having to read it, and you having kids of your own. It's not an easy spot for you either. But I think the effect and the words that were said, I don't want to call them hollow because I imagine her sorrow. But I think it would have been more impactful if it was read by Malaya. And so therefore, even before the final words of the statement were made, I had to press pause because I said to myself, if all of us are out here trying to help, it's okay but we need leaders. And I'm not expecting her to be out in the forefront. but I was disappointed. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah. Sorry, wasn't sure if you were finished there. Were you still talking?
No, I'm on that matter. Like that's just the way that I feel. Like so that's the way that I have to state it. Like
Yeah. Um Haley, I just want to say this too. I want to quickly there's a couple things with that just because Haley said the same thing, that she bawled her eyes out, and cuz the reality of this is, regardless, that Jack and Lily are missing. So still, whatever we feel about Malaya or Daniel or whatever, Jack and Lily deserve answers and stuff like that. Kent, I do absolutely appreciate that. Absolutely get it, right? Um, we're obviously outsiders trying to look in, trying to understand, and we, as mothers, I know it's hard for us to understand, our fathers as well. That someone isn't coming to the forefront and speaking and being a voice for their children. Now, I do realize that people have their own way of dealing with things. I just have a hard time myself comprehending it, and so I would use the word disappointed as well. We don't know the truth about Jack and Lily. So, again, if this is coming from a place of heart and stuff like that, absolutely, as a mother, this would be absolutely devastating, devastating beyond repair. I couldn't imagine waking up with this hole in my heart as a mother, to have to deal with this, let alone Belinda, you guys. Dealing with this and watching what's all transpired and going on. I haven't had a moment to ask her what Belinda feels about this particular statement. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Yeah, I just wish that Malaya would come to the forefront herself, but she doesn't have to put herself out there visually. But I just would have liked to have absolutely have seen that we heard her voice, right? Honestly, it makes a difference when people are talking versus somebody else reading something. So now I do want to clarify something else with Haley, is that apparently, and I haven't listened to it myself, but apparently Janie said that Haley has one child, and her child is a young boy, and he was not there at the search. So that would be, I just want to put that out there because I told Haley I would correct that. And I had already asked her about this, and she said absolutely not. Basically, she obviously gave her son, I can't remember if it was to her mother or something like that to watch, but either or, her son was not at the search party. So I did want to clarify that for her. And for all the family members that are listening to this, watching this, again, our hearts go out to everyone that truly wants answers for Jack and Lily. Sorry for the nightmare that you're going through. Sorry for the circus act that's going on and stuff like that. At the end of the day, we want justice for Jack and Lily, and we want answers. And so, yeah, I mean, that's the main thing here. So actually, let's just put them back up on stage there. Yeah. Why give a statement after 5 months? Your young children are missing and you left and you didn't even bother to search for them because you know exactly what happened to them. We need to find their bodies, in your opinion. Always in my opinion. It just doesn't feel genuine without her voice behind it after all this time. That's what makes it hard as well, right? Is that it's been over 5 months. Now, Kent, I want to ask you something. And this is just me saying this. Do you think that Malaya actually wrote that herself, or do you think that she had help with it by a lawyer or something like that? And do you actually, I can see her saying certain things, but do you actually think that it was prepared by Malaya, or do you think that she basically said the gist and it was put into writing for her?
um, I'd say it was a prepared statement. I think the comment that I said in Messenger you to right after it happened, after I sent you the link, because Charmaine had replied to it, and I said, "No, it's not life-changing, Charmaine, but if you don't like an RCMP statement, you might not like this." Like, I think it was as plain and as disappointing as the last RCMP statement. I believe it was prepared and put together, whether it was actually by Malaya or with help of friends. I can see that. I'm not against that.
Right.
I'm not against her in getting help in anything. The only thing that I wish is if she would have recorded her voice
Yes. Yes.
reading it. Because nothing against Angela, like I say, that's Angela that read it. She's a member of the Bring Me Home Foundation. And that was the people were saying, well, why after 5 months? Well, they made the announcement this afternoon that Bring Me Home is getting involved. They're hoping to be on the ground, boots on the ground, by the end of the month, doing some searching. So I don't know how it came about. I don't know if Bring Me Home said, well, Malaya, will you prepare a statement? Or if she offered a statement. I don't have anything like that. Just with my conversations of the coordinator, not Angela, but with the coordinator of Bring Me Home, passing along some information, is they want and plan on having all the family involved when they get boots on the ground. I wish her good luck. And whatever people believe in their own opinion, it's another step.
Okay. Actually, thanks, Chrissy, for pointing that out. I didn't see that. Um, Honestly, I wasn't even planning on doing a live today, but you're right. I see that now. So let me just screenshot those quickly for you guys. Kent, did you see those? Oh shoot, I gotta set up
Did
my.
I see what?
Oh, what is it? Hold on a second. What's my thing called again? Screenshot. Screen. Shoot, what's it called again? Screenshot. Ah, those attachments. What's my thing? Why do I always forget what my stupid thing is called whenever I reboot my computer? I have to reset it up. 1 second. The her
If they
actual.
played, if they played in the video, yeah, like I watched the whole video, like
No,
the whole live on Facebook. So
no. So they're actually showing the letter that Malaya wrote, is what I'm
oh yeah,
talking about.
yeah, no, I don't know if
Yeah, what's my thing called? 1 second. Talk for a second. I'm just gonna go ask my husband. I always forget what my stupid thing is called because whenever I reboot my computer, I always have to set it up again. What's it called? Anyways, be right back. 1 sec.
Yep. So, like I say, that's the only thing. Anything else about it, I thought it was great, Chrissy. I'm not trying to uh, put anybody down for anything. It's just that I think the emotion, and I understand how emotional it would be for Malaya to do it. Like I say, we all have different opinions, but yet we're fighting for the same belief, and that is to bring Jack and Lily home and find out what happened, no matter what. The rest of the stuff around the case, the courts will deal with that if it's a criminal offense or not. As of right now, we're told that nothing is a criminal offense for the information that we have. that information is scarce compared to, we say it all the time, compared to a case that you would see in the States. Canada is going to be scarce. And even when it goes to courts, like, you won't get the information and details surrounding the case as you would if we were in Tennessee or Oklahoma or California or anywheres in the States. I don't know about other countries. And the only reason why I can state somewhat about the States is because you see the YouTube channels covering it, and they can, under FOIA information request, it might take some time and they got to pay for it. But in Canada, like, I was shocked that the documents that we have been released.
Yeah, absolutely. And quickly, okay, remind me, it's called Light Shot. My stupid thing is called Light Shot. So anyway, so yeah, I did not know. So I mean, this is obviously Malehya'S writing, that wrote this. Again, whether she had, help in trying to put her words together, who knows, but obviously when she's talking about her kids and stuff like that and the memories, those are obviously Malehya'S and stuff like that. But yeah, so thank you, Chrissy, for pointing this out. And so as for, again, this was on Christine, I always forget how to say her name,
Ingrid, but it was on the Focus on Bringing Jack and Lily Home Facebook page.
Right.
Christine is just the admin, and Chrissy.
So you guys can find those as well there. So there's two pages. There's 2 pages for it. At the end of the day, again, we're here to be voices for Jack and Lily, regardless of the back noise and how we feel and stuff like that. So for me, again, we've always talked about if family members are talking, the police are talking, RCMP is talking, and stuff like that, that those are things that you want to listen to. For sure. As for the side noise and drama stuff, or just the rumors and stuff that are out there, I really myself stay away from Facebook groups. I'm still in one that was a private one, the original one, but with Lana and stuff like that. Other than that, I find them very toxic, and I don't like to deal with those type of personalities that are in those Facebook groups, because a lot of people are just nasty as shit and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just toxicity. Yeah, just a lot of bullshit that goes on in those and stuff like that. So I don't really pay attention to this stuff. So thank you for sending me this over. About this live and stuff like that, and about Malehya'S statement, and bring me home. I know that Belinda, anyone that's trying to help find answers for Jack and Lily, like, that's truly in it for the right reasons of finding answers for Jack and Lily. Bless everyone for everything that you've done, for the poems that you've written, the songs that have been written, the rocks that have been painted, the pictures that have been painted. As you guys see right here, Rachel McDonald does the song Come Home Jack and Lily, and Where is Jack and Lily? And this is just kind of a replication, a little bit of her picture on there for Jack and Lily. Come Home Jack and Lily. So again, for that part, appreciation and stuff like that. So is there anything else?
Well, one thing that I was going to suggest, Sonny, and I know that Chrissy can't do it right now because she is trying to get the details together, but I think it would be great to get Chrissy, if she's willing, to come on alive and talk about bring them home, or bring me home. I keep getting confused. So Chrissy, I know you're in the chat. If you can correct me of what we're supposed to be saying, whether it's bring them home or bring me home,
It's Bring Me Home.
and explain maybe what they do to the public and what they're hoping to do in this case. Once they get a few more details set in stone, that they can give us that information, I think it would be valuable to have them on. Just a suggestion.
Oh no. Again, for anyone's trying to bring a voice for Jack and Lily, um, like Jack and Lily need answers. They need people. They need voices. They need boots on the ground. Um, they simply need answers. They're two beautiful children, like so many other cases out there as well. But this one in Canada. So again, I cover a lot of things in the United States for cases. Why? Because there's just so many. But this is, of course, I'm from the Vancouver side, the West Coast side of Canada. And of course, this case means a lot. I've covered it, dedicated all my lives to Jack and Lily. I know that there's been other stories out there to cover. I haven't strayed away. I do things as I work my full-time job and stuff like that to cover the case and just to bring first and foremost the awareness for Jack and Lily. The two beautiful children simply need answers. And yeah, that's totally up to like Chrissy and stuff like that. How they feel about joining alive. If they want to, there's always space. But, I don't ever want to make someone feel pressured and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, grateful that there's people coming in. They're asking for people. When it comes time to help out, come and join the search, for anyone, because again, there's a lot of places to cover and stuff like that. And Rome wasn't built in a day when it comes to that type of forestry and area to cover. I can't help but always think that this is so parallel in a lot of ways to Sebastian Rogers' case, where they had search teams come in as well, and help out, and still no answers for Sebastian Rogers. But it's a very parallel case in so many ways. And so, something is obviously better than nothing going on. So appreciation again, just to everyone. I'm doing my thing from my platform and stuff like that. I've donated money to Kent for signs to put out, and you guys have been so amazing with putting out signs for Jack and Lily, and Kent has been doing so much work behind the scenes and in front of the scenes for Jack and Lily. So big kudos to you as well, Kent. And again, Kent, you said you still have signs left, correct?
Nope.
Nope, they're all done.
All 55 of the 2x2 signs are now gone. We're taking names and once we get 15 or 20 spoken for, we'll do a second order. And then there's 3 of the 4x4s. One located on 102 Highway in Halifax. And Belinda's niece, I believe, has the single-sided 4x4. And then we have one 4x4 that we move around to different locations here in the county.
Yeah. I think I saw on your Facebook page you had, I remember seeing a sign this morning for that.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing that. Can you put that in Facebook or in Messenger really quick, and I'll show that again on there. But again, thanks to everyone that's keeping a voice for Jack and Lily. Children, they don't have voices. They deserve it. Absolutely. So we'll just keep being voice. Oh, Kent hit the wrong button again. He does that from time to time. But again, bless you. Bring me home for helping and aiding in the search for Jack and Lily. And what can I say? They just simply deserve answers. They deserve the truth. We deserve answers. The people of the community deserve the answers. Especially when you don't know. What truly happened to Jack and Lily. But anyways, I think he just sent it to me. 1 second here. Oh, did you have to leave? Oh, which reminds me, I want to show that as well. I want to show the bigger picture of that because I do love this. Belinda always sends me like the little what do you want to call it, emoji thing or whatever of this. Again, I have you guys know I have my hi Zach. I have my Jack and Lily bracelets. I have my mug that has the Jack and Lily sticker on it, decal on it. And
This is
then
gonna be the new decal, Sonny.
which one? The one that's there?
But it's gonna have the QR code on it, linking to the Crime Stoppers missing persons thing.
Okay, so it's different than this QR
Yeah,
code? Okay. Okay.
yeah. This here is we're gonna put the order in Monday or Tuesday. But if you know how you put your Christmas ornaments on your glass
Yeah.
at Christmas time,
Yeah.
and you can peel them back off and then put them back up and peel them back off and put
Yeah,
them back
those
up.
type. Yeah.
Well, that's what these are going to be, to put on the inside of your car windows.
Well, I was
And
gonna
they're going to be 3x5,
yeah.
3 inches wide, 5 inches high,
Okay, and how
and you
much
can move them around.
are those gonna be?
We're probably going to be selling them for $5.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I paid 7 for this. Something
Yeah.
like that. Pretty sure I did.
Yeah, there's only one more of those stickers that you had, because she never ever had them like an amount printed. It was
Yeah.
just samples,
Yeah.
and they're
When you-
bigger than
Yeah,
what this will be. But
absolutely.
that's our plan anyway.
Okay. 1 second here. And just 1 second there. Well, I like the fact that they attached Malehya'S her writing, her note. I didn't know that, so I do apologize. I did not see that. Did not know I was rushing around with it. Like, honestly. But anyways, just 1 second here. I just want
And
to
like I say, I did see that, but when I'm dealing with that on my phone, I
Yeah.
couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what it was or read to see if it was.
Yeah. I believe that, like, I just went to it, but I think that this is the link that will take you there to that live. I've listened to the live a few times myself, but I know that these lives can run long enough as they are and stuff like that. But anyways, okay. So
It's only about, I think it's around 12 or 13 minutes, the whole thing.
yeah, I
It
think
took her longer to get set up and get enough service to get it going than it did to run the live.
Mhm.
They were having technical issues as well.
Yeah. You know what? I can't help it. I always keep, I cannot believe that it's been 5 months and 9 days. I can't, like, in all fairness, it's kind of like, it's a long time. We're almost coming to half a year, right? And yet it just
And
feels like it was yesterday. Like, it just literally feels like it was about a month ago. And yet, time doesn't stand still, unfortunately.
6 months is coming up very, very
Well,
quickly.
yeah.
We will have, stay tuned. I don't want to let everything out of the bag right now because we don't have the details of how things are going to line up.
Yeah.
But there will be a commemoration
Yeah.
event for 6 months. Whether it's on the actual 6-month day or not, it'll be close to it. And we'll go from there, because the one thing that I want to start informing people about right now
Yeah.
is the memorial that was set up and developed by the community in front of the RCMP station for Jack and Lily has to be deconstructed for winter time, for snow plowing, and the issue of they don't want it to get destroyed. So there'll be stuff circling that, and that's why to continue the awareness, that's why we're coming up on that. So I don't want anybody to start questioning why. We knew that this was going to happen from the time that we asked them about putting a sign with the memorial. But winter is coming in Nova Scotia, and the stuff that is there, if it's in any type of shape at all, the
Yeah.
family members are going to be able to take what they want. Belinda has finally been in contact with the person that constructed the little lighthouse, and so actually has spoken to him, and it's going to be going to storage. I don't know if Belinda's taking it home to her house or what yet, but I do know that she's made contact, and like I say, for the winter months, the memorial that is there will be deconstructed, and we'll bring it back out in the spring.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, because on my computer, I was doing something in the email and it's totally froze me. So I'm trying to come back to the live, but I can't. Like, meaning I can, if you can hear me, that's fine. But unfortunately, my stupid, I don't know why. Okay, close program. Chrome is not responding. I just need to get rid of it. It does that to me sometimes. Oh, there we go. Wait, is everybody here still?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Kent, are the bracelets for sale? Did you answer that?
We don't know because we never get anything shipped out except for a couple people's orders that had bracelets only before Canada Post went on strike. So we have what we have left in bracelets, but we don't know. We got to get the people that ordered them first, their bracelets, to see what we have left. That's the only way that I can explain it.
Okay.
Once we take care of them, then we'll let the public know. And we might even order more if it keeps going on without a result.
Yeah. 1 second here. Yeah. Tech issues.
We're being careful of what and how much of what we order because we don't want to have a bunch of stuff either coming or here and having to distribute it, and then the case gets solved. So therefore the sales drop off because in the long run that will just take money away from the end result, which is ground search and rescue, right? Because whatever's left is going to them. So we spend a bunch of money and then they come out and they solve the case, right? We're not guaranteed to sell everything then.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Sorry guys. Yeah, I'm messing. Yeah. glitchy. Sometimes that used to happen to me before, but I went to go send some documents to CB, and then all of a sudden it just froze me up totally there, until it said wait, close program. Okay, so now moving on from that. Okay, so again, if you guys want to go screenshot or go grab the Malehya'S actual words on there. There's 2 pages of that for that. And again, this was again an announcement too of Please Bring Me Home. That of course will be, aiding in the search for Jack and Lily. And thank you. Honestly, they need people out there to help, right? And that's the bottom line of it. The police can do their thing, and search teams can do theirs. That's how I feel about it. Anything that can bring answers for Jack and Lily, got to put in an effort, right? Not to say that the RCMP aren't, of course, but having people help out and aid and assist absolutely means a lot. I know it means a lot to Belinda and the family members and others out there like myself and yourselves that just want to find the answers as well. So again, thank you for that. So now we're gonna move on. So there was some there was tidbits of new stuff released in these documents that I have here. It's nothing explosive whatsoever. There's maybe 3 things that have kind of been unredacted, but nothing groundbreaking at all. Okay. But one of those things is the fact that, so in the first documents, they forgot to unredact, or to redact, I should say, a time. And you would see where it said from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. So obviously the phone call to 911 came in at 10:01. But we also know from the scanner audio that 8 o'clock was said. And we also know that Malaya had texted Belinda saying that the children were last heard in the bedroom or whatever, and between 8 and 8:30. So you'll see more of the unredacted in regards to that time from 8 o'clock to 9:40 as well. But again, nothing, it was just more like unredacting the time. Okay. You'll see a point too where it's at 8:20 that Malaya says that Lily came into the bedroom. And then, a few times. And then the other thing that would be new to these documents would be at 8:28, Malaya makes a call to her mother, Cindy, but it's an unanswered call by Cindy. So again, that was at 8:28. I did ask Daniel if if you can make a phone call from your bedroom, because I get so confused myself about where you can actually call on the property. We heard that there was a spot in the house. Apparently I think that spot perhaps is near the window, because Daniel ended up sending me a screenshot of him and Malaya in a conversation, and it was about the window. Okay, I'm not going to share that screenshot with you, just because it's just more like a personal one, but it does say about like, hey, hey, beautiful, are you standing near the window, like, to whatever, see my message, and da 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 da. And so yeah, so again, at 8:28, Malaya makes a phone call to her mother that goes unanswered, a missed call to Cindy. But so yes, apparently in the bedroom, because I just kind of wanted in my head, right? Because if you don't have that information, in a sense that, like, well, did Malaya have to go to the end of the road? Because if people are thinking that, again, I don't believe in this theory myself, about the whole hidden stuff and stuff like that. But regardless, I was still wanting to look at it, right? But apparently she can, you know, uh, use her messenger, whatever, from the window within the bedroom there, because it just, obviously it's part of the timeline, right? And we don't know truly what happened between 3:11 from when they arrived back home till 10:01 when the phone call went in. We've heard different versions and inconsistencies, and stuff like that. So again, it's just taking all this information and trying to make sense of it. But at the core of it, it's still about finding answers for Jack and Lily. And obviously, if you don't feel like you have a truthful timeline, or a timeline that's inconsistent, then really it's just up to common sense, whatever, to kick in and try to read between the lines, trying to put pieces together to understand what could have happened to Jack and Lily. Um, and me and Kent have different ideas about that, and that's perfectly fine. Again, if everyone thought the same way, well, I mean, the truth would be nice, right, about what happened to Jack and Lily, absolutely. But until such time we hear of the news from the RCMP, or that somebody comes forward with pertinent, information in regards to Jack and Lily, it's just gonna, keep going on and on, eh, Kent?
It seems like we travel the world in circles.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let me just go to this document as well. Can I F1 this document? Let's see here. Do I have it big? Let me just see. Sorry. Just kind of going from, let me just make this document bigger. Let me just see if I can F1 this document here, or I should say Control F, I should say.
And I know this is the only new one that we have as of right now. But there was a story on Global News tonight at 6 saying that there could be more of the redactions released.
Yeah, but
it said that they did some and there could be more coming. but they never said when.
Mm. But they could be pertaining to these.
Well, these ones were out yesterday, though, right?
Correct.
So I have my doubts that the news would say, like, because they did reference these ones, like it wasn't much of a story. By the time that I got my
No,
camera
that would be
facing my
good.
TV, the story was over. But
Yeah.
um,
I mean,
but they said both things. They said there has been some new items were on redacted this week, and possibly
yeah.
more to come next week.
Well, that will be good if there is. I mean,
Yeah.
bottom line is, right, we just simply want to know the truth about, like, so we have to take the statements, for what they are. That doesn't mean that they're truthful statements, right, said by Malaya or Daniel.
Doesn't mean that they're relevant at
And,
this point in time.
you know correct, and but the thing is, they could be truthful and they could not be, but for me, it doesn't matter. I'm about the truth. And if there's inconsistencies and stuff that are being said versus what's in these statements, and there's things that don't make sense, I'm going to point them out. Why? Again, for me, I personally just seek for the truth of answers for Jack and Lily. And I don't like being bullshitted to. Again, two children are missing here. So again, these are statements. Doesn't mean that that it's factual what happened that day, but it's their statements regardless, right? So again, whatever transpires in the future and stuff like that, who knows? But again, when there's inconsistencies and stuff like that, obviously, those things bug me because two children are missing, right? Everyone should be being as truthful as they know for information. It's two children. That's the bottom line of it. You know, I don't care if I hurt Malaya's feelings or Daniel's feelings or anyone's feelings. Well, I'm not going to ever hurt Belinda's feelings. And there are family members out there that do speak in the background and stuff like that. I told you guys I've spoken with Haley, and stuff like that, and she answered a few questions, um, but don't expect me to put out any information that's getting her to talk about her own stepsister, and stuff like that. And again, these people have to live with each other, whether it's from the Martell Mackenzie side or the Brooks, Malaya Brooks Murray side and stuff like that. Again, it's just the things I wanted to ask her were more pertaining to Daniel's stuff, right? So I'm not here to try to purposely hurt people, but I'm not here to sit there and try to shadow things of where I feel it's being disingenuous or contradicting itself to a case of two missing children. Jack and Lily deserve so much better than what's going on right now. And what I see personally is just, I mean, for me, it's appalling to sit there because I follow tons of cases, like tons. Even if I don't cover them, I'm always following cases. And to me, I don't feel like the truth is being told here at all. And so hopefully the RCMP get to the bottom of it. Hopefully if someone has more relevant or information that can lead to answers for Jack and Lily, then please have a heart and speak out and do so. Two children's lives here matter, and they matter more than the other people behind them, to be honest with you, because these are children. They need voices. They need the case. They need people to help search. They need people to be their voices for them. But anyway, so I'm just going to share this part. So right here, for instance, here, let me just, okay. So right here, it will say Malaya and her stepfather, Daniel, that morning, sometime between 8 a.m. and 9:48 a.m. when she came in the bedroom. So again, it's not like this is groundbreaking news, but they're showing this time now of 8, because I've always been saying, why are they not talking about this time? Right? like even when I've asked Daniel, right, this time frame seems to have been avoided, but yet it was in the scanner audio, and we knew that it had to come from the parents, a stepdad or Malaya that would have obviously said this to the RCMP about the 8 o'clock. So a lot of people, right, was questioning, well, okay, are they lying by chance because they don't want to make themselves look as bad as it seems that you weren't watching children, for a good length of time, in a sense, because it doesn't look good, right? And so it was always kind of conjectured as 20 minutes from like 9:40 to 10:01. But, so at least this part is now being unredacted. But it's nothing that we didn't already know anyway. It's just more you're seeing the time. And I'm just going to try to find, let's see here, scroll down. So like I said, there's just a few pieces. So hopefully more pieces do unearth themselves. Malaya said Jack and Lily were missing for about 20 minutes and she had called 911. Well, again, 20 minutes. So the last time you heard them was between 8 and you're making a phone call to your mother at 8:28. So that's 8:30. So minimum, it's still like an hour of time frame in between that and 9:40. And that's the 9:40 to when they're saying that they both woke up type of idea. So let's see here. Just scrolling down, because I, like I said, went through this. And then, so like there's 4 different documents, but they're just repetitive. And then some are talking about like the text plus and stuff like that, like the same stuff, but that stuff is just the same, right? There's like nothing, again, groundbreaking in any of this. What's this? That's the 728. I'm just trying to scroll down and find that part. Malaya recounted. Okay, that part's still fine. And we know that on Thursday that Malaya had the video call with her mother, Cindy, at 3:37 p.m. on the Thursday. Let me just keep scrolling here. I probably should have yesterday. It's just like I said, I wasn't really preparing to do this live today, but again, that stuff's already out there. Boom, boom, boom. I was trying to type in 8:28 into the timeline, but I didn't pull it up because typically I just use Control F and try to find. Well, let me see if I type in. No, it's probably going to come up too much if I do that. Jack and Lily talk toys somewhere here, guys. Cody Sullivan. Maybe it's underneath Cindy's. 242, 242, 848. Boom, 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 boom. This one kind of throws me off too, because this says that Edmund Dixon said he worked with Daniel at the sawmill and saw him at the Dollarama between 11:30 to 12:30, but yet that's not even kind of close to when they were at the Dollarama. 250. Oh, right here, you guys. Okay, so on May 2nd, 2025, there was a missed call from Malaya at 8:28 a.m. There was also missed audio, which we know at 10:40 a.m. And that's a screenshot that we showed you a long time ago. So again, that's really the only other thing. Let me see here.
And just so that people know, Sonny, who was that 8:28 missed call to?
Okay, to Cindy. On
Yeah.
May 2nd, there was a missed call from Malaya at 8. So Cindy had missed an audio call. We'll just read this part. Cindy had missed an audio call on April 30th at 1:21 p.m. They had a 12-minute video call at 4:40 p.m. Cindy said she did not remember the exact call, but they talk at least once a day or more. On May 1st, 2025, there was a missed call from Malaya at 2:52 p.m. and then a video call at 3:37. Cindy said she called on video chat to see the kids, but nothing about the call stood out in her mind. On May 2nd, 2025, there was a missed call from Malaya at 8:28 a.m. So again, obviously referring to Cindy here. There was also a missed audio call at 10:40, which we showed you those back in the day when Lana had sent me the 911 call, and Cindy's like talking to Malaya there about being like they're on their way and stuff like that. Now I did want to say this, and so then the other thing was, I'm not sure if I missed it, but the other thing was about, oh my God, please don't start with that lawnmower thing. The other thing was about the 8:20. So it's basically when Malaya is talking about 8:20. I might have missed that, but anyways, that Lily popped in and out of the room.
No, you said that.
Yeah, but I was just trying to find it in the
Oh.
documents. It's
So
there.
the 8:28 call was an outgoing call from Malaya
Mhm.
to Cindy, right?
Right. I think I'm messing.
And then do we have a record of when or if she tried that call back?
No. Well, there's nothing, like I said, that's not released if it was.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying everybody's saying that Cindy arrived shortly after the RCMP,
Right.
which
Well,
arrived at 10:27.
okay.
So
Yeah. So
if Malaya would have reached her mother anywheres in that 8:30 to 9 o'clock time frame,
Mhm.
right? If she had a missed call at 8:28, and the last time the kids were seen or heard was between 8 and 8:30,
Yeah.
maybe it was around 9 that she called her mother and made contact, and that would be the time frame that would allow Cindy to get there shortly after the RCMP showed up.
Well, so I was going to say this. So, when I was talking with Haley, I asked her what time her stepmom arrived, and she said literally minutes after her. 'Cause she said, I remember her parking, and so Haley had said that she arrived there
Around 2:30 or
yeah,
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock to 2:30. She said.
Okay.
Yeah, and she said that because I specifically asked her that the other day, right? Because of
Okay.
because Daniel was saying that she arrived there so fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Haley said, yeah, she arrived there a couple minutes, like literally, she said a couple minutes after I did. I saw her pull up, and so yeah. So again, you guys take whatever information you want out of it all. I did also ask her about if Patty had said that to Darren. And she said that no, that wasn't true. Because so the statement was made. Now, again, take it all with a grain of salt, but the statement was made that Darren said that Patty said that Malaya said she had other plans. So I did ask her if she could find out for me about that, and she said. So I'm just going to say what Haley said, and she said came back to me, and she goes, "Remember the question you asked me yesterday? No, that's not true." And so I'm just going to put that out there from the side of it because he never like Darren never said that to me that I recall in any of the conversations up until that point when he was talking with Patty and stuff like that, right? He had never said that. So why to me did that come out later? And the thing that I have the problem with Darren is that when Darren started involving himself in the case, he's like there was then all of a sudden there was extra things added about the case, and then honestly it became even a more muddled mess, because whether he was saying things that were inaccurate, as putting Malaya at the end of the driveway, and that that Janie virtually missed, seeing the vehicle, but it was the fact of all of a sudden this hushing of hearing Malaya hushing and all that stuff. So it's one of those things, is that it became even more of a muddled mess when Darren inserted himself in there and was repeating stuff for Daniel and Janie and stuff like that. But again, I'm just here to say the things that are told to me. And again, whether you guys want to deem it as accurate or not, bottom line is, to me, Darren, in certain
But
ways.
we also know that Patty's memory isn't great because she couldn't remember if they were there on Wednesday or 2 weeks before.
Well, then we could say that with Darren then, right? About repeating something from
That's
Patty.
what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Because in the documents, okay, obviously Patty, her statements, like,
Don't
honestly,
add up to nobody's.
I was gonna say they don't add up to nobody's, and there's some things behind, with Patty going on in her memory, and being older, maybe.
The other thing, Sonny, that I'd like to question, and I think we're all wondering it.
Mm,
You're saying that Cindy had a video call at 3 something on Thursday?
the day before, yeah, 3:37.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say anything about Cindy verifying that Lily had a black eye from Wednesday?
Nothing that we've seen. Yeah,
Right?
we really have it.
She should be able to. She should, because I know different people were saying, well, could we ask Patty to get that verified or whatever? But like, if Cindy had a video call and she was looking at the kids in the video call, she should be able to enlighten us. Now, I know she's not speaking, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, in her statement, you don't have that right there, do you?
Well, I mean,
Cindy's statement from the document.
well, there was nothing about that being meaning, for me on this one, the RCMP are not going to be using family as their source of information, even if it might be true, because they're going to use actual video footage like they've done. But right, I mean, so the whole point of the call, and then Cindy wanted to see the kids, and obviously that's probably true, but they're not going to use that as a timeline from a family member, just like they're not going to use Janie's.
Oh, I'm not looking at it for a timeline at all.
Well, what do you know? But I just mean for how they're releasing that information. But
I'm saying if Janie was or not Janie,
Cindy.
if Cindy was talking, she could verify whether Lily had a black eye.
Well, absolutely. But we haven't heard that from anybody besides Daniel about that.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. Because everybody was saying, well, can we get that confirmed from Patty or what? But what I'm saying is that video should be on the cloud.
Right. Absolutely.
Right.
That's what I was thinking too. Right.
It would be backed up on the cloud. So therefore, the RCMP have all the backup stuff. So she's seen the kids. Now, I suspect that video call was after they get home from Aquapole.
It's right here. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I got it on the screen again. So it says, so on April 30th, so hold on, 30 days has September, April. Okay. So April 30th, there was a video call, 12 minutes at 4:40. On May 1st, there was a missed call at 2:52. So that was obviously during their drive home. I guess
Yeah.
from Acropole, and then a video call at 3:37 p.m. Cindy said she called on video chat to see the kids, but nothing about the call stood out in her mind. Yeah.
But wouldn't, as a grandmother, what I'm
Yeah.
trying to suggest,
Yeah, I
as a
know.
grandmother, 24 hours should be enough for a black eye to settle in,
Right. Oh, absolutely. I mean,
right? Where
I would
we're all possibly suggesting that instead of
it's
Lily being having a cold,
right.
she
Yeah.
might have been keeping them out of school for the black eye. While if Cindy couldn't notice a black eye, like I would think for the relationship that she had with Daniel, if Lily would have had a black eye in the video, that
Yeah.
would have been
Yeah. And
an issue of contention. And
you
then
know, um, because wasn't wasn't Cindy supposed to go over there on
Cindy
the
was supposed to go over on Wednesday, but
yeah,
didn't show up to see the kids.
right.
Right? She
Mm,
was supposed to show up. And some people were saying, well, maybe that's why Daniel was out in the car, is because Cindy and then Daniel stayed in the car all the time. While people, I can tell you that I don't think that she would leave Jack and Lily with Patty while she went to registering motor vehicles and stuff by herself with Meadow. That's
mm-hmm.
why Daniel was there. I have in my own speculation in mind that if Malaya wasn't planning on going to get a license plate, Daniel might have stayed home. Malaya would have just went, did laundry, come back home, and that would have been it. But being she was going to do these other errands, she would have had to, Daniel would have had to go so that he could watch the kids while she was gone to get
Right.
the plate and whatnot. Makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that also dispels the rumors about him spending 8 hours out in the car. Like that's not
Well,
the way it happened.
wasn't that from
Like,
wasn't that from Patty or something?
yeah, something like that. I don't know where it come from, but
Yeah, no, it was Patty that said that. I believe it was, yeah. And again, I take Patty's information in that document as 0%. Um,
yeah.
again, it's so off the wall of you know,
What we
um,
know is actual facts.
yeah, it's
None of it matches, so you got to dispel it.
I know, but so the only thing is, and it's kind of like that Natasha Haywood thing, in there as well. It's kind of like there's none of that that makes sense. I understand following up on a lead, but there's nothing about that that makes sense. That Jack and Lily got these little summer outfits on. They're just traveling down the road and stuff like that. And then it was reported like May 28th and stuff like that. That one I gave it a wash right away because it didn't make sense. But and why that like I mean, I guess it was just a tip that they were showing us, but it to me that shit adds confusion as well. Just like I think Patty stuff does, right? When you're because these are their statements. Remember, it's not that it's factual, it's just their statements. And knowing full well all the other information, Patty's again, no offense, Patty, but you know,
Most of the, I can, I could make an argument that most of the tips that they allowed us to see
mhm,
are wayward in the sky. Don't mean nothing
correct. You know, but
because they all there's always a speculative amount to any tip received, especially a one of time frame after the
mhm,
fact of the incident.
mhm, yeah. So I mean, again, everyone has their own brain cells. Think whatever you want. again, I look at it from my point of view, from the information out there and stuff like that. Kent does as well. You guys do as well. So, again, this channel is not about trying to put out falsehoods, fake news, or trying to feed you a bunch of bullshit, right? This channel is simply focused on answers for Jack and Lily, being a voice, talking about the case, talking about speculation, what could have happened to Jack and Lily and stuff like that. And the thing is that, again, at this point, it just, it only seems like there's a couple of options, right? And one would be family involvement, which is not untypical of cases like this. Another would be where they lost in the woods. Well, is there still a very slim chance? I highly find it unlikely, especially after the search efforts. And it doesn't make sense that Jack and Lily would go into the woods, at least not far, right? It just doesn't
Don't
make
get
sense.
me on the search.
I know. As for the random abduction, again, it's so astronomically low that a random stranger during this time frame just suddenly picks up two children. Not seeing that, it's so low in the documents that the police, like when they just released it in Globe and Mail, I showed you guys that abduction includes family members as well, stranger, and they said that there's no signs to believe that an abduction occurred by a stranger or by individuals known to the family. Okay, so you
But
can
you know
take,
what the definition of abduction is, right?
well, it includes family and
Yeah,
stranger.
yeah,
Absolutely.
both. But what's the factor that makes it an abduction?
Between what, family and stranger?
No, between an abduction or not an abduction.
Go ahead and enlighten me, Kent.
Permission.
Well, right. Okay. Right. Okay. So, right. So if you feel like there was permission, okay. Now, and I know some of you guys, right soon will be talking about a little bit about Daniel's ex-girlfriend, girlfriend turned ex-girlfriend, out there. But we're not going to get to that quite yet. Now, Kent, we were talking about this yesterday, and of course, your thoughts are different than my thoughts in certain ways, for sure. So one of my biggest things here is that Daniel, and I'm not even going to include Darren when I'm talking about this, because Darren was not there. Okay. So when Malaya was outside, it was Janie, Daniel, and Malaya, right? Those are the people on the property that have the truest information, about kind of what went on that day. But so I know that you're talking about blocks of time, and I'm not sure exactly if you do want to say this, but I think it's, if you're going to think it, and some people want to, right? Is that, my thing is this: if Daniel and Darren, I guess included, are going to be talking about that these children are hidden, and have the speculation, well, great. If you think that, then tell me exactly a timeline and where these children are. Who do you think exactly took these children? Meaning, if you're going to make those type of claims, then there should be something to show that that was even plausible, possible, and the reason why that Malaya would do something like this at all. And
But
so,
I could say the exact same thing of you tell me that it's plausible that these kids wandered in the woods as everybody is being led to believe, and it's absolutely insanity, I think, in my own opinion, that they wandered in the woods on their own. I'm not saying that they're not in the woods. I'm not saying that. And I'm not guaranteeing that they're alive.
hi, Belinda.
And because I can't, there's enough evidence that say that the possibility of them being alive as there is proof of them being deceased. And I believe that if they're in the woods, They were helped to get there in the woods. But I also believe that if I brung HRD dogs in to search and sniff property where the kids were last seen, and I didn't get a hit there, well, we know that you have to be deceased for the decomposition process to start. So all that means is that either the children weren't deceased when they left the property, or the scent of them was completely concealed, as it's possible, in something to contain the decomposition. But Ziploc baggies only come so big. But it has to be, from what they explained to us, it would have to be something that is completely airtight. So then if you take the dogs, because the dogs in the woods or the dogs up at the pipeline or at the footprints or down at the blanket, there's quite a bit of area there that they might not be able to get close enough to detect the scent. But if there was a descent, or if there was a scent of decomposition anywheres on that property, they should be able to do a tight enough grid search with that HRD dog. And it's only 5 months. And when I say it's only 5 months, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that it's only 5 months. I'm saying that 5 months is an extended period of time for these dogs to be able to pick up an HRD scent, because they've done it for 20 years. So everything that they're doing is pointing that the children were alive when they left the property, because they should be able to do that if they wanted to. Now, I'm not saying they did. I don't have a clue. But on that property and in that trailer, they should be able to do like a 6-inch grid pattern if they wanted to. And as far as I'm concerned, with the information that they told us, if these dogs are within 3 feet of a decomposition scent, then they should be able to pick up the scent. And they didn't. So to me, my next logical thing would be, all right, if they weren't deceased when they left the property, when is the most likelihood of them being deceased? Well, to me, logically thinking, it would be in the point that they were taken from the property to wherever they were taken to be disposed of. So then that should automatically send you to checking all vehicles that were available to the people that were on the property at the time that the children went missing. But yet they didn't seem like they were going to do vehicles at all, because what I've been told, Janie, when they were done searching the property and they were getting ready to leave, she asked one of the dog handlers, well, aren't you going to check my vehicle? And they said, well, why would we do that? And from what I understand, is Janie said, because if you don't check my vehicle before you leave, the first thing that's going to be on the internet will be that I didn't let you check my vehicle. So you're checking my vehicle before you leave this property. But from what I understand, and like I say, I might be wrong, because they haven't told us they did or didn't, but we don't have information that they searched any of these other vehicles. And in my mind, if there was a couple vehicles that Daniel had on the property that he was working on repairing, and the other vehicles that could be possibly used, I would think there's about 10 vehicles that they should have gone through.
Mhm.
Right?
Well,
So
again, we don't know.
that's that part of it. So I can dispel the method of going into the woods as well as anybody else can dispel that they were alive when they left the property. Now, are they still alive? I don't know. Were they alive? I don't know. I'm just saying I can make that case. And going back to your other thing with a timeline,
Yeah.
if you want me to, I will. This is the
Well,
first
I
time.
think it's only fair, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily, and some people out there believe that they are in hiding. It's opposite of how I feel about it. Do I look for everything plausible myself? Is there some credibility to this at all? Um, like I said, in my mind, again, just my own personal assumption is that no, I can't. I look at all the different reasons why this does not make sense or why it could make sense. But I think it's only fair that people, like yourself, have your own opinion, your own voice to say what you, because we don't have answers. Mine still is obviously, you guys know how I feel about the case. I feel like if the truth isn't being told, that's because there's something to hide. But go ahead, Kent. So, yeah, I mean, just again spew it, because I would like I said, Daniel, Darren, whatever, if you're going to say this stuff, you have to back it up with some times, type of idea, because this isn't what was said at the start for sure. This is stuff after talking with Charmaine, that of us kind of talking about this whole angle that Daniel was talking about these children, that Cindy had something to do with it and stuff like that, and Malaya had nothing to do with it, and that's came out later. But go ahead, Kent. So from the point of to
Well, I got to
and
make a couple. I got to make a couple stipulations before I do this.
okay, fair enough.
One is this is my own speculation. I'm not laying blame on anybody. Uh, it's not proven to be fact at all. Take it and tell me that I'm full of shit, or, well, that might be plausible. But for me, from the start of this, for some reason, 20 minutes has been a crucial reminder, per se, is what I'm saying. And only as of recently, I put together what I believe to be a possible timeline of the morning.
Okay.
And it runs on now it's not down to the exact minute, but this is taking the statements from the people that have made statements and interpreting them myself. So the 20-minute factor in Malehya'S initial statement seemed to be some point of everything circled around 20 minutes. So we know that they both made statements concerning the last time seen or heard was between 8 and 8:30. Now, the other thing here is take this as a plus or minus 5-minute time window on my 20-minute theory.
Mm-hmm.
So 8 to 8:30, they're both saying that it's the last time that they seen or heard the kids. So if we work off of 8:30 to start with, we go to 8:48, which is, I know it's 28 minutes, but I'm saying give me some leeway here. That 8:48, we know that Janie called her brother or received a call from her brother about going to town.
Yep.
We know that Janie made the statement that it was after her phone call with her brother that she says she heard the kids outside playing. So if we take 20 minutes from 8:48, that brings us around to say 9:10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9:10. So that is the time that I'm suggesting that whatever happened, that they left the property, that's when they left the property. So then from that takes us, and then everybody says, well, like, wouldn't they have to hear, or wouldn't they have to, like, wouldn't Malaya have to communicate somehow, or like whatever, to say the coast is clear or whatever? And I said, no, if she had it that it was going to happen, and it happened between that 8:48 and 9:10, then if you allow another 20 minutes, you come into 25 after 9, 9:25. So by that time, Malaya, who was falling in and out of sleep, Daniel is sleeping, but as Sonny pointed out, he says not a deep sleep, but he's still sleeping. Malaya got up out of bed sometime between, or either did it at 6:18, but either at 6:18 or sometime in that morning, got up, took Meadow out of the crib, took them into the bed with her and Daniel, and turned on the TV for Meadow to watch cartoons, as she stated in her statement in the documents. So now, if we come around to that 9:30 or 9:20, Malaya, and I'm just saying Malaya because she's the one that says she was in and out of sleep, was wanting the coast to be clear, and waited 20 minutes to hear the dead silence. And then we know that they both stated, Malaya states 9:40. Daniel, when I was asking him the questions, relaying back to Sonny, he said it was 9:36 that Malaya woke him up and said, I don't hear the kids, it's dead quiet. Daniel said, yep. They both pop out of bed. They go searching the trailer. They're not in the trailer. They go outside looking. Daniel's hollering. His mother hears him. She starts getting up. He goes and he runs up to the little forts in the wood, checks them out. When he comes back down, he stated that Malaya's already on the phone. Jenny was already outside and said it took her a few minutes to get up out of bed. So she come outside. She didn't see Daniel because Daniel had run up to the forts. She said to Malaya, what's going on? Malaya said, the kids are missing. Janie said, how long? She said, 20 minutes. So now we go 20 minutes of them doing the searching around the property and whatnot. Malaya calls 911 at 10:01. Daniel comes back down from the fort. Malaya's on the phone to 911. He goes and grabs the keys to Malaya's vehicle, goes and jumps in and goes down and checks the roads and the culverts and whatever. We know that it was 26 minutes from the time that Malaya called 911 till they arrived, because they arrived, the first unit on scene was at 10:27, according to the documents. So Daniel states when he came back from checking the culverts and whatnot, that the Mounties were already there and he couldn't pull back in the driveway. He parked out on the road. So that's where I think, and the reason why I think that 20 minutes could be so important, because that was her reminder of how to replay the story. Is it true? Is that the way the things happened? I don't know, but it's sequential in roughly 20-minute intervals.
Okay. Now, so I asked you, okay. Okay, so who would you think then took the children from Malehya'S side? That came up.
Well, like I said, that's what I stated off the beginning is I can't blame family. I can't say it was family members. Um, I don't have the proof of that. I don't have proof
Oh,
of who it was, so I wouldn't speculate who it was. And as ever
but
since Daniel had spoken, I've always said that I can't see them being hidden. Uh, and when I say being hidden on the reserve, is what I'm saying is I can't see the reserve hiding them as an entity. I can't see the reserve taking that risk because if they were ever found and was found out that the entity of Indigenous CPS and or the band council as representatives knew of what was going on, they'd be all hell to pay. The two sides would
but
be like that would cause war. Like, and I'm not saying that people to be racist. I'm not. It's not 100%. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm just saying with the way that everything is happening in Nova Scotia right now with Indigenous issues and the government of Nova Scotia and or Canada entities, there's like 6 battles going on right now,
okay,
starting with the fisheries and oceans all the way to last week, um, them claiming a reserve, claiming um, economic uh, it's not economic racism, but economical rights because the RCMP went in and busted the weed shops because the weed shops aren't abiding by the same rules as when you buy weed in Nova Scotia. It's only available in liquor stores, and there's only the certain times that you're allowed to sell it from the times that a liquor store open.
no,
Not
but
saying that the weed shops want to sell to like underage people. That's not what I'm saying. But what they think that they should be able to do is they think they should be able to sell it to anybody and everybody, whether without taxes, without collecting the tax for the provincial government or federal government.
but
And
get to the point of, because people are going to lose you here on what you're talking about, but get to the point of why you think this connects to why the children are being hidden.
what do you
Like,
mean?
well, I mean, because you said that you believe that because of Meadows' case and the CPS,
Oh, yes.
yeah,
The like Meadows case, like everybody right now believes that right now is custody. But that's not what happened. That's not what's happening right now. The case of Meadows right now is jurisdiction of who's going to decide custody, whether it's going to be the Indigenous CPS or provincial CPS. The Indigenous CPS has petitioned for the right because they're part Native children or Indigenous children. They believe that they should have the rights to decide custody. So it's just another battle that is in court along with fisheries and oceans, the clear logging down in Cape Breton because they're going in and cleaning up after Fiona, and they're clear cutting Bear Mountain, and the Indigenous see that as their primary territory for hunting moose. You got the fisheries and oceans, you got the weed shops, you got into this case with children in their CPS units. And then it's their treaty rights for moderate livelihood. Well, that's the definition that they fight everything on, is they believe, and I'm not saying that I don't believe it, because they were the ones that were here when my ancestors came over on a ship. And if it wasn't for the indigenous people, those people on the ancestors of us when we got here wouldn't have survived for the first winter.
Well,
That's what history tells us.
yeah.
So
But
is
still,
this another battle that is waging to be fought? I don't know. I don't have that proof. I wish I had that proof already.
so
But
I was going to say, so you guys, for everyone that is lost, and some people that aren't, but for the people that are lost, so Kent's basically in his thoughts, in his opinion, when I still like asking the reason why would Malehya'S side even do this? Again, right, Kent, correct me if I'm wrong, but CPS, they're not doing a custody thing with Meadow right now. They're trying to talk about the jurisdiction of who has the rights for whether it's the, what do you call it? The what do you
to
want?
decide the custody.
Right. Between the, sorry, what's the proper wording? Indigenous, like native.
Yeah, the indigenous CPS
CPS.
or provincial CPS.
Right. And so that then the children are being hidden until the case of Meadow is decided, so that Malehy'a can then come out and if it's
Well, like I said, I don't have the proof to
no,
state that, so I
but
can't.
no, but it's a thought. It's a
Speculation,
it's a
yes.
speculation. Correct.
That
Right.
one, if the indigenous CPS wins the rights in court to deal with indigenous children, which
Right.
I don't have a problem with. If they're indigenous children, let them deal with them. Why wouldn't we allow them to deal with them? But I question their motives to get there, and I don't know what those motives are.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's just it, right? So there's on this one, and thanks, Kent. But so there's a whole lot of what ifs could have happened, with this line of thinking. And that for me is like where it becomes to me almost like what we call a conspiracy theory, something that's more far-fetched and and usually cases are Occam's razor, the closest line to the truth. So going back, so Daniel has had many inconsistencies. There's been a lot of things that he has been saying lately that try to keep pointing the finger to Malehya'S side of the family. Whatever Daniel believes, he can believe all he wants. Again, I'm here to look at just the information. And what I see myself. So again, Kent's opinion, it's not that Kent isn't realistic and thinking that both things are plausible, but again, he's more on the side of, hope, and that Jack and Lily and that maybe, like I said, there is a timeline. Like Daniel and Darren, they want to talk, but they're not backing up their talk with anything to show receipts, to show that, that the RCMP, that they've outsmarted the RCMP, the crimes unit, and stuff like that to me. So I'm going to go back to my part of the start.
Just before you do there, Sonny,
Sure.
just look at the comment that Vesica Claire has. She says the case of Meadow won't be decided until they know what happened to Jack and Lily. Exactly. The custody case won't go ahead and with a decision until Jack and Lily's case is solved. But that's not the case that's in the courts right now.
Actually, do you want to clear that up as well about, because you've said it and I don't see why it would be a secret, but do you want to clear that up about the lawyer thing? Because we want to
I was told that the lawyer or Malehya'S lawyer, and like I say, this is just hearsay, but I've been told that the lawyer isn't Michelle's brother. Michelle Glasgow's the chief. It's not her brother. It's supposed to be her uncle. And he works at a criminal law firm, not a family law firm. And he's supposed to be one of the main lawyers for the moderate livelihood in the fisheries and oceans case. Now, if anybody from Nova Scotia, like that case has been going through the courts like 5, 6, maybe even more years now. And like 3 or 4 years ago, it got real bad. Like they were the white men and the indigenous were retaliating as well. But there was boats being set afire. There was traps being cut, like the lines on the water were being cut and traps were being lost. And like this case has been, and it's all about the definition of a moderate livelihood. And that's where the two sides are battling. And that's why I say to her comment that yes, Jack and Lily's case will have the deciding factor on the custody decision. Don't matter who gets to make the decision, but who is going to be given the rights through the courts to make the decision. And that's the battle that's before the courts right now and because there's 3 teams, like we don't know anything that happened on, the August hearing was canceled. The September 8th hearing was put online, and they go back again in 3 or 4 months from September the 8th for the next time they're in court. But from the initial court hearing, we know that there was Daniel's family, Malehya'S family, with representatives from Indigenous CPS and members of provincial CPS. So those 3 are in court. What is being said or argued, it's under a publication ban. The only people that would know would be the ones that are in the courtroom. And the last time I guess it was online. So I'm just saying, if there's battles already, and the other thing and it came from Facebook, but over this weed, and they call them truck houses. They sell the weed on the side, not on the side road, but in little huts on the side road. And the Millbrook, there was a statement put on Facebook from one of their band council members warning anybody, if you go on Indigenous land or property and confront or injure or harm the Indigenous people and or their lands, they will therefore make they called it a BCR in the Facebook post. And Sunny has that Facebook post if she wants to post it as my receipt.
Which one?
The BCR from Chris Google. I can share it and we can show them next time if they want the receipt. But they made, and the BCR, it doesn't state it in the post, but I took it to be a band council resolution, and they banned it. The head RCMP investigator that made the raid last Monday on their truck houses on the Indigenous land because they were disrupting their economical sovereignty. That's the word I was looking for earlier. And they made the band council resolution for that RCMP head investigator not to be allowed on banned property anymore. So in my eyes, if they're willing to go to battle over the sale of weed, what would they do to represent and protect their own children?
Kent, just give me a second here.
Yep.
Okay, so give me a second here. I'm going to drop the link here in Belinda's messenger, and she's going to join us here on the live. And so I just simply asked her. Yeah. So you guys, Belinda will be here in a few minutes or a minute or whatever. You know, I know, okay, I'm not going to lie. Kent hurts my brain too. Okay. Because I don't know all this stuff about Nova Scotia side fisheries, all that stuff like that. You know, is he a book of knowledge of a lot of stuff? Absolutely. And again, I just want to, you know, again, I don't want it just to be my side of how I feel. Kent has his own side as well. Charmaine has her own feelings as well. Belinda, of course, will have her thoughts. And so, yeah, so we'll just give it a few minutes or whatever. And then Belinda can join us up here as well. Ken is smart. Kent.
What I'm gonna do, Sonny, I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna share that Chris's post with you in Messenger again. And that way, if we want, we can read it, or you can post it at least. And then I'll be right back.
Okay. Anyways, again, if you guys haven't hit that like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do. Of course, these are two beautiful children that deserve to have voices, deserve to have answers. We do not know what those answers are, although we might have our feelings and they might be separate, of course, even than mine and Kent's thoughts and stuff like that. You know, again, that's the speculation side, and all that is behind the fact that Jack and Lily constantly, they need to have voices. And let's see here, where is she? 1 second, Belinda. Wait, let's see. Wait, gotta bring you up here. Okay. Hey, Belinda.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just quickly boot Kent, because I think he said he needed to kick from studio. Kick guest. As long as I made myself big here. 1 second, people. And there we go. Okay. So thank you for joining us, Belinda. It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Well, I see that a few people in the chat have questions. I have a few answers for some of them.
Okay. So however you want to, whatever you want to say, I'll just let you talk away here.
Okay, I know Explore was asking me, how do I feel about Malehya'S statement? I'm glad she put one out. It's after 5 months. It's about time one come out from her. I wish she would have asked for more searches to continue, but that is just me. I see a lot of other stuff going on right now, and I really don't know what to think of any of the other stuff I'm hearing, that it's just all side show that has nothing to do with Lily and Jack.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about, just to ask you, you're referencing a lot about the girlfriend stuff and
yes,
that.
yes.
Okay, right. We haven't talked about that yet.
That's good.
You know, well, I was going to say, you know what, I will touch on that since Belinda's bringing this up. I think Kent's back. 1 second here. Add to stage. No, hold on. There he is, right there. 1 second. Okay. Welcome back, Kent. Okay. So just quickly, so I will touch on the girlfriend stuff. Okay, like that. Taylor had sent a few people some screenshots. Did she reach out to me? Yes, I was one of them. But the thing is that, okay, although it will show a side and kind of like what Daniel from the Drunk Turkey talked about, although it will give you a better kind of, I guess, what do you want to say? About Daniel in a sense and stuff like that. I personally am not going to be putting out that information or showing any screenshots. I think that that there's a few things that are helpful for other issues, for certain parts of Jack and Lily, for information that could help for certain things. But as for finding Jack and Lily and stuff like that, no. And I don't think that it's relevant. And I'm not going to be that person to sit there and put out those messages and stuff like that. And so that's honestly, if somebody else does, I can't control what anyone else wants to talk about and say, but this channel, I'm not going to get into that nitty gritty, of Daniel and some privacy things and stuff like that. What you guys heard on the Drunk Turkey show last night and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Whatever he put out, and whatever other content creators want to talk about with that or show, it's not going to be this channel. So I'm not going to be there. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's just irrelevant to me when it comes to helping find Jack and Lily.
I thank you for that. I really do thank you for that, because I do think it is just a sideshow.
Yeah. Definitely a bunch of noise again, to do with that. And again, you know what? Everyone has to be accountable for their own actions and whatever, and they reap what they sow, because obviously things out there get screenshotted and, and stuff like that. So again, if you do it to yourself, you do it to yourself in a sense, I just don't feel like it's necessary for us to be, I'm just not really going to be talking about that. That can be other channels or stuff like that. So
that's good.
Yeah. So besides that side noise, Belinda, again, was there more you wanted to say about your opinion on Malehya'S statement? I wasn't sure if there was more you wanted to say about that, or,
I don't want to make too many comments on Malehya'S statement.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I am going for guardianship. So I don't believe it's right for me to make a comment on that. I am happy that she put one out, that it needed to be put out. I wish it would have come out sooner. It might have made a difference. I don't know, but it might have.
I think so. I agree with you on that. I think that over 5 months later, I mean, at the end of the day, Malehya'S, like, nobody can force or lead a horse to water and force them to do anything. Malehy'a, again, is responsible for whatever actions that she does in regards to her children and stuff like that. But I agree. I do think that had this come out towards the start, there would have definitely probably been, maybe a difference of opinion. But again, these are really just opinions about how we feel about, say, Daniel or Malehy'a and the case. The true reason, again, that we're here, obviously, is for being voices for Jack and Lily. So no matter what the outcome, we just want answers for Jack and Lily first and foremost. And then anything behind that is, again, we don't know. We can have our assumptions, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I've listened to Kent's theory with the timelines and all that. To me, that is still all up in the air, that nobody really knows what any timeline is.
Correct.
That every time we see something new, it seems to change a little bit again. So I don't even pay attention to that. I have looked at First Nations. No matter how far I go into looking at it, I just cannot see her hiding the kids. Like I said, she was not happy with my son. She thought my son was giving her a bad life. Just like that, she made the decision. She told me she was going to leave. I told her if that's the way she felt, I thought it was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
And just like that, she packed up and left. So she states now Daniel's not violent. So why would she have been afraid to leave him? Why would she send the kids off to try to leave him if she's preaching in all the documents that he's not physical, he's not abusive? It doesn't make sense. No matter which way you put it, it doesn't make sense.
100%. It doesn't. But yet she does make those comments about how, like, and again, I was thinking about this, like I said, talking about this the other day, from being from a domestic violence myself, especially that first relationship, which was hugely violent and physical and emotional for sure, and stuff like that. And I was talking about this because, like, obviously Malaya made those statements to me on Messenger about being held down by Daniel.
Yes.
And right, and also about Daniel pushing her up against the wall. And then she said he apologized. And it would be like me, in a sense, perhaps minimizing what I deemed as domestic abuse or not. I remember Belinda, can't remember Malaya's grandmother, and even I believe Haley said this, is like, nobody, like, I know that Malaya, right, was planning on leaving a few times, which we heard.
Mm-hmm.
But by, say, Malaya's grandmother, and even Haley, like nobody seemed to know anything about their relationship or about any sort of abuse. It's like Malaya kind of pushed away her family, including yourself. And you've never, I mean, again, you've always kind of had this perception from Malaya, was when she was with Cody, as a bit, someone that was just meant to be a mother and stuff like that. And then seeing kind of what we're seeing now, we're hearing, we're just at a loss, to be honest with you.
The only thing I can put that down to that can change that way is I do believe that maybe rugs were an issue there. It's
Mhm.
and the seclusion itself. I'm not stating that she may not have had it rough where she was at. Listening to Janie, I believe it was very rough. I believe Janie probably put a lot of pressure on what took place on that property.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I still believe Malaya had many chances to leave if she wanted. I just don't believe she wanted to at particular times.
Right. Mhm. Well, again, um, just from being, like I said, in that toxic, of a narcissist and stuff like that, it truly is. No, Belinda, have you ever personally been in an abusive relationship yourself in your life? Just to
Yes,
ask.
I have.
Okay. And how long was that relationship, may I ask?
2 years.
Okay. And would you have deemed that person as a narcissistic person as well?
Definitely.
Okay. So you would know about the push-pull syndrome, you know?
Definitely.
Yeah. And that is very, very, very true. I obviously was a moron and stated, but it taught me a lot. Like, I don't ever regret what I've went through, because it, again, throughout my life, things bring you to different things, or things that you will not take anymore, and you learn a lot through these things, even though, of course, nobody should ever put their hands on somebody, and stuff like that, or mentally abuse them, because I firmly believe that when you love somebody, I'm not on this earth to be hit and touched. I'm on this earth to be loved and to give loved and stuff like that. But I had to go through this. But in being in these narcissistic relationships, again, do you believe that perhaps Malaya was minimizing that, like minimizing that as not really abuse, perhaps?
Oh, definitely.
Mm.
Definitely. The only thing that crosses my mind is I know she had dated someone after she left my son in October. And at Christmas time, she posted out a pic and stated she had met someone. And I think that lasted a month or two. And she said she found him controlling and just wasn't what she wanted for her children.
Right.
So that told me at that point in time, this is a girl who knows now. She knows the life she doesn't want.
Right.
She lived with Daniel at Patty's place for a year before they moved to Gairloch Road.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming life went pretty easy at Patty's. Patty would have actually made it easier for them staying there, not having the financial difficulties.
Absolutely.
Moving to Janie's place, I imagine, was a culture shock for Malaya. There would be no doubt. When you're in love, you believe you can change the world.
Yep.
So I'm assuming possibly the first 6 months to a year there, they were in the honeymoon phase and things were going good before they actually weren't.
Right.
Going by all the posts that she used to post out, because I paid attention to them all because it was the only way I could see Lily and Jack. So I always looked for her posts. She always praised Daniel up in all her posts. Actually praised him up to a point of I started to question that he must be an awful insecure person for her to have to make him feel good all the time about posting out such wonderful stuff about him.
Right.
That's how it come off to me in the end. In the beginning, I thought, well, great, she really met a really decent guy. And whether I see my grandkids or not, I know that they were going to have a happy life.
Yeah. And I do want to just quickly say this, again, to the family members, and especially Belinda, I want to say I am so, so sorry that every day, over 5 months later, that this horrific nightmare is going on with no answers, a big hole in your heart, to even remotely put myself in your shoes about how you're feeling and dealing with this. Actually, I will come back to that if you still want.
Because don't want to get on the too much of an emotional thing. I'm trying to talk and make points. I don't want to.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. I know exactly. Right. So again, with Malaya and stuff like that, again, I agree with you. I agree. I think that you're right that she was in her honeymoon stage. I was thinking about this the other day, Belinda, as well, about the, okay, to be living in this rural space and not a palace, to say the least, and to come from, right, say, like better surroundings, let's just say, of being with her grandma Patty there, and just like you said, a different lifestyle than what what you have seen, what we have seen, and stuff like that. I do honestly believe that Malaya was in a deep state of depression. I was trying to picture myself being in that place, nobody really around. You can barely use, your phone out there. And I couldn't, like, I was just trying to picture it myself, and I would be depressed as shit myself. Now, that would be more so as well based on the relationship, right? So if I'm in a very loving, caring relationship, then that probably, I wouldn't have been feeling like that. But from what we have seen or what she has said, it sounds like a very unhealthy relationship with Daniel she was in. She has another child. She has two other children. Again, she has Janie. She's living on, I guess, whatever Janie's property there, and Janie, no offense, of course, because this is obviously Janie's son, but You know,
Mhm.
when I was watching her comments in DT the other night, like her kids' shit, in a sense, don't stink, right? No matter what, it's always justification, you know, for Daniel. And I get it as a mother, but from an outsider point of view, you know, Daniel has shown a side of himself on social media and stuff like that, and even in those screenshots, you know, it just falls in line with how I have always perceived. Well, not always, but once the stories started changing and watching his actions here and stuff like that. But I do think that Malaya, I feel myself, was definitely in a very depressive state. Um, Now, what does that all mean in regards to Jack and Lily? Do not know. Um, you know, I don't know. But I do feel like, just from a relationship standpoint, that she obviously was looking to leave him. Simple as that. And she didn't. And again, he would always say something that would get her to stay. I can associate, and I'm sure Belinda, you can associate as well.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
right. About, you know, it's not like, it's one of those things. Sometimes we just don't make wise choices in life, you know, and it's like you said, it's because you love the person and then you forgive them out of that love, and yet they keep doing
Mhm.
it over and over again, you know. Yeah, you know, how that plays into, you know, Jack and Lily, if at all, don't know. Um this case, I'm sorry, it's just, it's absurd. And I feel like when it's this absurd, that's because the truth is being hidden. Are you still underneath that same impression about the case?
Well, every time my mind goes to go on any part, I keep saying to myself that don't get caught up in all the other things. Just look at the fact that
Right.
Malaya was there, Daniel was there, Janie was there.
Hmm.
Janie heard the kids. Malaya states she's seen Lily once. Daniel states he's seen her 2 or 3 times. How could these kids have gone missing? And if they didn't go missing, then that means somebody did something, and that means all 3 of them had to have played a part, or the stories would change. They would turn on each other. One would have something on somebody. So why are none of them stating anything? I don't know. I just know that 2 kids just don't disappear. I don't
Well,
believe a stranger came in and took them. I don't. I don't believe Malaya hid them because she was going to run. She could have run whenever she wanted. She could have left when Daniel went to work every Monday.
right. Yeah. There.
So, what
Right.
happened in those 2 days? What happened to make it all blow up? That's where the answer is. Something had to have happened to make it blow up.
Right. You know, and you know, I know, actually, you know what? Let me stop there. Kent, did you want to ask Belinda anything? Kent?
Um,
Oh, okay.
not so much that I want to ask. I just want to pass along our love, Belinda, that you have the strength and the power to be able to get through this, and we're all with you.
Oh, well, there's
And
something I wanted to ask you, Kent. I don't know who it was in chat, but they actually had an awesome idea of if there was any business in the New Glasgow area that would be willing to donate a store window front or an empty space that would be visible to the public for all the stuff from the vigil could be stored there so that it could still be visible to people. Do you know of any businesses that?
not right offhand, but I'm willing to check that out. I haven't been by there in a bit.
Right.
And when I talked to Sergeant Sampson, no, Curtis Sampson, yeah. When I talked to him yesterday,
Right.
um, he was saying that like he doesn't really know what type of condition like some of the soft stuff
Oh, I,
like would be into,
yes, I've already thought of that myself. I imagine
right?
a lot of that would not be able to be kept.
So he said like they're more than willing or more than happy to take whatever, like if the family wants something. But I understand what you're saying, because there is after your post we did find out that there's
Yes,
other hard surface stuff there.
yes,
And somebody might be willing to do it. If there's anybody that knows of anybody, you can get them to contact me. I don't want to put anybody down,
mm-hmm,
but I thought that our rotating sign, the 4x4 sign,
right.
I thought it would have been a lot easier to get businesses to just post the sign in the
And,
parking lot
right,
for
right,
a week or two.
right.
And I have to greatly thank the ones that have allowed us. But
But you
I've
have,
gotten a lot of denies just because, and I don't like, they're not giving me reasons for denial, but I suspect because it's the suspicion that surrounds the case. That's my own opinion.
oh, wow. Okay, I mean, to me, suspicion is suspicion. I have my suspicions too, but we're talking two little kids, and this represents them. It doesn't represent anybody else but them.
Yeah, like I thought, like I say, like with the 4x4 sign, I just thought, like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, we'll take it through the parades, and then I'll just be able to call up a business on a high traffic street
And
and be
would be
able to
one
take it
you
and
would
move it
think.
there.
Oh,
Yeah, you would think.
you would think.
And that's not the way. Like I say, and I'm
That's
not
sad.
putting anybody down. I'm just saying that
Well,
we've
I
had
will
as
call
many
them out.
denials as we had places that we put it.
I have no problem calling them out. I think that's really sad that,
That is. That is.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they should be ashamed. But
Oh, Kent dropped there. Kent dropped there. Belinda. And
I
go ahead.
seen somebody else wanted to know if my son had any sign of autism. No, he's got many problems. Autism is not one of them.
Yeah, because I remember asking you about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because of Malaya saying possible autism.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
actually, it was because I saw Belinda do a post for Autism Month or something like
Uh,
that. Like
I
that's what.
have I have a half sister whose child
Mhm.
has autism. So yeah, whenever I see anything, and I have friends that have autistic children. So
The older, um, and I was gonna ask you because I'm sure you do want to speak on this, about Please Bring Me Home. So they're going to be aiding, probably up in the upcoming weeks here. Obviously, like again, they put out the statement for Malaya. But do you want to speak on the Please Bring Me Home at all?
well, we're actually hoping that there's going to be searches started soon with them. That I know they're hoping to. Where Kent was talking about having a small vigil for Jack's birthday, which I think is a wonderful idea. I think Chrissy is going to reach out to him, and they're going to have a few people there. And yeah, she's going to see about doing some searches.
Mm-hmm.
She just because it was after I was talking to you, Belinda, she called me 10 minutes after we got off the phone. And I said, we were just talking about you, and she said, you don't even know me. How come you were talking about me? And I said, well, I just got off the phone with Belinda and she told me that she passed along my information and you were going to be calling. So I just want to let you know, we don't have the details out on that yet.
Right.
It might be a combined event.
Well, I
And
think
if
it
we
would be
combine
wonderful.
it, then it might be on the Friday
Okay.
rather, which is, I know it's Halloween, but what we're thinking is if we go like 7:30 or 8 would be
Right.
the vigil time. And
Right.
then we'll go across the street into, like,
And
say, the Sourton Legion or something.
that's
And
the,
that's when they'll do all their briefing
is
meetings
that
and
the
stuff.
night of Halloween? That's
Yes.
Halloween night? Oh, that is bad.
Yeah. So we're just looking, because she doesn't have concrete details of when they're going to be on the ground.
Right.
If it's Thursday, then we might go Thursday night. But if we can't get together, then we might separate the two. Or
Right. Yeah, because personally myself, I just don't think anything should be held on Halloween night. There's a lot of families that do things with their children.
yeah, we're
I don't
thinking
have
that we
any
would be
kids here,
catching them.
but
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I know when Kent was saying about Halloween night, I'm like, ooh.
yeah.
Like I say, that wasn't our preference. That was because they're
Yeah.
hoping to roll in and do the debriefings for the search areas for Saturday morning, right? And they're
Right.
just thinking
Right.
that if we rolled from one end to the other, then
Well, okay.
they
Well,
would
what if
save
it
them
was?
time.
Well,
Sorry,
what if it would be held earlier, like on a Wednesday or
that's what they were planning.
Well, that's what we were planning,
or
was on
Tuesday
Wednesday with Jack's birthday originally.
or
And then when we get
Tuesday?
connected with Bring Them Home, we're just looking to see and get the details once they find out when they're going to be on the ground. Then we can make a decision of
Right.
what's going to work best for
Mhm.
both teams. But
Yeah.
they just thought that it might save them Saturday morning of having debriefing meetings
Right.
out in the area if they formed the search party teams and stuff,
Sure.
everything Friday
Yes.
night,
Yes.
and then give them their area for Saturday morning and daylight they're on the road, right?
Right. Right.
So, but that doesn't mean that the vigil has to be held exactly at the same time. But that was just one thing that we're
Okay.
looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Well, because I was gonna say, like, so this vigil, it's gonna, and of course, you guys, if you guys don't know, Jack's birthday is October 29th. And so he'll be turning obviously 5 years old on that day. And it's not like a celebration thing. It was,
it's a
depending,
prayer vigil,
it's a
is what we're
prayer
calling it.
for about what? About say 20 to 30 minutes, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's our plan.
Yeah.
We want to read a prayer, something around the theme of "Bring Me Home." We thought of possibly having little paper cards made up that if the kids came, they could write messages, and we were thinking of giving them to the family members. And
That's
then
beautiful.
we want to play "Bring Them Home," Russell's song,
Yeah.
and
Bring them home or come home, Jack and Lily.
the
That
"Bring
one.
Them Home" one. We figured if we combine with the "Bring Them Home,"
Yeah.
then everything would be together. But it just depends. But one of them for sure, maybe one at the beginning and the other one at the end. I don't know yet.
Right.
None of those details are concrete yet. And then if there's any family members that want to speak, they'll have the opportunity. And I gave the staff sergeant, he spoke at the one that Lana held. So I said, if you want to say a few words, you're more than welcome.
Mhm.
And it's not, this is what we were saying earlier, it's not on the 6-month timeline, but it's pretty close to it.
Close. Yeah.
And then and like I said, heaven forbids we're still in this situation come May, well, we can bring it back out
Yes.
on May 2nd for the 1 year. Hopefully we're not that long into this, but
Right.
so
Oh,
that's what we're looking at.
So, Belinda, is there anything more you wanted to say to that? Because I'm going to ask you a different.
Yes. No, that's
Okay. So the question I was going to ask you, Belinda, obviously there was the search that went on with the dogs being brought in. What was your,
Mhm.
you,
I was disappointed. I was disappointed that I wish the dogs would have searched a whole lot of other areas.
hmm,
So, I mean, do we know for sure that they are done?
The ones
no,
that were
yeah,
here, I think, are done. They're going back
for
home. Yeah.
now. Yeah, the
Oh,
dogs.
yeah. So, yeah, I was disappointed because I really would have liked to have seen a lot of vehicles done. I would
Right.
have liked to have seen other family member properties being done. So,
Now, one thing I would like to say that, Belinda, and I shared this. I don't know if you've seen it on Facebook or not. I know Daniel several times has mentioned about a dog being with Ground Search and Rescue from Colchester. And Daniel's terminology that he was using describing the dog, and this is supposed to be the dog that led them to the footprints between, now I don't know if it's this dog, but a dog with their team.
The brown.
But I just found it awful convenient, and Sonny, I sent you these as well with the Chris Gugu one, is this week Rural Colchester Search and Rescue came out and they got a picture of their handler and a dog, German Shepherd, and they state Daniel was using the terminology of untrained when he
right,
was describing the dog that took them to the footprints. I
right.
think, in my own opinion, I think he was meaning uncertified,
Okay, probably, yes.
but this post has state that this dog that is with the Colchester Search and Rescue has passed its training, completed its training, and is now certified to RCMP search and rescues.
Really?
Now, if it's air scent, tracking scent, I don't think it's an HRD, but
Right.
it states in the Facebook post, and like I say, I shared it. Sunny has the screenshots that she can send to you, or I can, and so I just found it awful convenient that there was a dog with them on the search that, while Daniel was saying is on trained, I'm thinking it's on certified, but now it's completed out its hours of training and now is certified to RCMP search and rescue capabilities.
Hmm.
So it might be something that they're able to get back easier. Now, like I said, I don't know, and I was
Well,
excited when I read it. I don't know if it even stated in the ad what
it
type
would
of
have
scent
been
dog it was.
great in the beginning, I guess, but I mean, if it's not a cadaver type dog, I think it mightn't be of any service at this point in time.
Yeah.
Exactly, I understand that, but that's what I don't understand, and I don't know if the dog that they're talking about is the dog that was here in the beginning. That's a
Right.
question that I have, like,
It was a
because
bloodhound. The dog was a
well,
bloodhound.
but that's what Daniel called it.
Right.
Well, when Saturday or Friday night, Malaya stated that they were bringing a bloodhound in. She said it was the only one around that was an actual bloodhound.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and I don't does that mean that he sniffed blood? Because I automatically thought the dogs that were here.
Well, bloodhounds, from what I know of, the RCMP told me that their dogs were open air scent dogs or whatever, that they didn't
Yep.
track a particular person. They only track things that didn't belong.
Yeah. And
can
what would the good
with,
of that be to
right,
us
Well,
with
in
everybody
May?
going through the woods. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that crossed my mind too. But Malaya said no, we did have one bloodhound. So
Right.
I'm assuming the bloodhound was the one that could track a particular scent.
And that's what I'm saying that this dog is, but it's not a hound dog. It's still a German Shepherd,
Oh
the
yeah,
same as the
oh yeah, but it's
RCMP.
right.
You know what
It's
I'm
still
saying?
the same thing, yes.
Oh,
I
yeah. No,
think it is
let
according to the
Belinda finish.
post.
Oh,
It's just that, yeah. I mean, it's because over talking's happening, and Belinda's trying to talk, and Ken's talking. And Belinda, were you finished, or did you still have something to say?
oh no, I'm fine.
Okay. Go ahead, Ken. Then.
Well, just if you want there, Sonny, just bring up those screenshots. Because, the way I understood it, it's that this dog is now completed its training and is certified. Although it's not an RCMP, within their employees, it's now passed its certification to RCMP because it mentions the RCMP in the post. And it sounds like to me that it was an actual scent tracking dog.
Oh,
I was confused from back in May, so I might be confused again. But
let's hope you're not. Let's hope it is a scent tracking dog.
Uh, right. I mean, I do have the picture of her.
and that's the first one, and then each one after is in subsequent order. So you start with the one with the picture.
Right. Okay, just 1 second here. Image file. Okay, so that was the first one. This should be the one right after. So it says something about groups invite us to join training days or workshops. My family has been fine with my daily training, living with a high drive dog, and okay with me leaving at an hour of the day or night searches. I have had endless amount of help from Paul and Amy. They have become training partners and friends. Our training group continues to grow with new quarries and canine handlers. Saying thanks hardly seems enough. However, I will promise to serve the best we can when called on, to continue to work hard to improve, and to take the time to help other new canine handlers as they start their own. Next one. 1 second.
I think you're playing them in reverse, Sonny. I said the picture
Yeah, picture, and then
is the first one.
yeah, I already showed that though.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I showed that one first. And it says, in speaking with those who have done this canine civilian ground search and rescue, Royal Canadian Mounted Police (RCMP) validation work, understand how much commitment and work this qualification takes. So I don't really understand what I'm reading here. So thank you, Susan and Rip, and all those who have supported and mentored. Your work is very much appreciated. Let's see here. I was kind of expecting to be reading other things, I suppose. Chris Google, is this the one? I think this is the fourth one.
No, yeah, but no, that's the one that goes back to what I was talking about with the truck houses before.
Okay, hold on. Well, you sent me 4 screenings, so I just read.
3 of them are about the dog.
I passed. Okay, so this one. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, how many screenshots? Wait, you sent me the first one, then this one, which was groups invite us to join. Then there's this one. I'll just download that one again, just in case. And sorry, I hate doing all this. Trying to figure. Okay, today.
But basically, what I read into it is now Colchester, which is Truro for people that don't know the local area. Colchester Ground Search and Rescue has now got a dog that is certified to RCMP training levels for search and rescue. I took that to be that they would be able to track, not air scent, just the way that they described it. But
Um, uh, to, did I read this already? Today, rest in peace. And RIP, I should say, I guess it was rest in peace. And I passed our RCMP civilian ground search and rescue validation. This was not accomplished alone, but instead with a whole community. First, thank you to Chanel, a knowledgeable breeder and trusted me with extremely talented dog. Vom Dyson German Shepherd. So Colchester GSR, a cohesive team filled with caring and very support. I think, I don't know, Belinda, is this confusing you, what I'm reading?
Slightly.
Yeah. I have had landowners allow use on their land. Several dog trainers and handlers share their expertise. Other canine groups invited to join us. And then,
basically, to sum it up, it's something that we didn't have before.
And
well,
we got it now, yes.
Whatever type it is, I would like that clarified. And when she's thanking Amy and the other person, I take Amy to be the one that was actually leading our search, because she's the Amy
Yes,
Hampton,
yes, yeah.
right? But like I said, I don't know what type of scent dog is, just that they say RCMP tracking. So does that mean air scent?
Something tells me
Well,
possibly.
I mean, at the end of the day, if it's not human remains a scent dog, it's going to be useless.
Right.
Absolutely. Like
Now, but it would have been,
now.
if it's a tracking dog, it would have been real nice to have it in May.
Yes, yes, it would have.
Oh, absolutely. Belinda, did you get confused about that as well? Because did you believe that that the dog, like when the dogs at the start, like at least it was scent specific and not just air scent dogs?
I was confused about that till the RCMP come here for my, I don't know if you could call it an interrogation. It was just kind of like a talk. But anyway, I had asked them about the dogs, and he stated, that's when he told me, he said, no, our dogs do not work off particular scent. They only track something that doesn't belong.
Don't you think that that was very detrimental, us not having obviously the ability to have nothing more than air scent? Nothing against the air scent dogs,
Well,
right?
I hate to say it at this point in time. My only words are welcome to Canada. There's a lot of things that don't make sense that.
Yeah. I
To
mean,
me, it's backwards.
Yes, it
absolutely.
is.
Yeah.
Like, we should have, like, when you get two kids that you're trying to find amongst a bunch of people,
Right, right.
you're looking for their scent if there's any.
He stated that is why they wanted to keep people out of the woods.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can see
Because,
that now, but
right,
when
right.
the public never learned about that until the HRD dogs come in.
Not just that, but I mean, they still allowed all family to be searching on Friday. So,
Right. You know, um, I, I'm very confused by a lot of things with this case. I'm not sure if you want to comment on this part or not, but what did you feel about the dog handler making the comment to Daniel? And Daniel's the one that obviously told us about it and, put it out in the news as well.
well,
Do you
the
have-
dog handler is a police officer.
Right. Oh, sorry. He's a hot dog. So the dog handler is Sergeant Reddy, very
Right.
highly decorated.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So to me, I mean, well, I would do the same if I was a cop.
Yeah, because you're trying to find answers, right?
Right. I would do the same. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Now,
Isn't he also the one that was the inspector?
Yeah.
Right? So he has a little bit higher leeway.
Oh yeah, he's
Like, although he's in a different work area, but
Well, to me, even without leeway, I mean, to me, you're looking for missing kids. It's a police officer. And I'd have to say it kind of bothered me when I heard Daniel state when he was asking me, he said, well, if you don't know anything about the case, why would you have questioned me? And I'm sorry, to me, that is very glib. Whether he knows anything or not, you're the one that's seeking their help to find missing kids. So
Absolutely.
you should right away. It's like, well, you just let them know what they want to hear. You tell them what you know. You don't get smart and say, well, because you don't know nothing, I have no reason to explain anything to you. I'm sorry, but I thought that was very glib.
Again, I agree. But okay, so to go along with that, then he said, like, he's really only ever said this on social media, but the first time in that one interview, he said, basic, like, I took it as him being kind of snarky, like when he kind of was like, I 100% know that they're alive, type of thing. And he's like, well, I guess the RCMP have to, it's almost like he was saying, like, they have to do it for show, like,
That
like,
is what he was kind of putting that out there as. And
yeah, like,
to me, the 100%, him saying he 100% knows, I'm sorry, I'm like everybody else. If you 100% know, well, then you 100% know exactly where they're at.
exactly. Right. And he doubled down on that when saying it on Drunk Turkey show as well, saying the same thing. And again, yeah, I mean, to sit there and say 100%, I mean, if I feel like I'm really certain about something, I'll usually say 99.99999 because obviously we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. So if you're saying 100%, well, then what's the truth then? Like, what's the answer?
Right.
But I did feel like there was like a bit of snarkiness about that when he was referencing the RCMP, like, because we know that he was asking for cadaver dogs to be brought in, and I think that the way he's portraying it, of course, is, well, yeah, that's just to show that I had nothing to do with it, but I honestly know that they're alive. So but the thing is can you see RCMP wasting funds if they thought that the children were hidden, and the fact that that the in the Globe and Mail, when talking, I think it was to Rob McCann, whatever his name is there, but anyways, saying that there's nothing to show a sign of abduction. And Kent, I know you were you going to say on this, but in the article, when he specifically said that there's no signs of abduction by a stranger or someone known to the
Well,
family.
my fingers are crossed that maybe the dogs did pick a scent up and we just don't know. My fingers are really crossed on that one because I'm losing my faith in the RCMP.
Mhm.
If they would spend that much money, and I know these dogs are super, super expensive because I looked it up
Yeah.
to find out what the big deal was. Bring dogs in. Well, the cost is a super expensive. So if they were going to go through all that trouble, why would they not take full advantage and take those dogs everywhere?
Right. Well, that's to me too. I mean, I guess we don't know their game plan exactly, or what it is that
That's why I say my fingers are crossed and I'm hoping maybe it did pick up a scent and they see no reason to move further. I don't know.
right. And this is where, like I said, it's frustrating. It's definitely frustrating. Because you know that they know more. I wanted to talk about something because so when I had messaged Daniel yesterday, I was about to ask him about if Malaya could if they could make a phone call in the bedroom. Now he said on his phone he can't, but on Malaya's phone, that she could hold it out the window, or near the window, and that she would, and because in the documents, Belinda, obviously there was very minor unredacted stuff, and it was just kind
Mhm.
of pointing out that 8 to 9:40 time, which we knew all along. But obviously the unredacted, even though they forgot to or redacted in the first one, I should say. And then we heard about 8:20, Lily popped her head in
Yeah.
approximately. And we already know from Malaya telling you about 8 to 8:30, right from the beginning, because that's the first post I
Yes.
remember. Yeah. And then, so then Malaya calling her mother Patty, or sorry, her mother Cindy, my bad, her mother Cindy, but it was like an unanswered call, and that was underneath Cindy's stuff because it was
Yes.
right and stuff, you know. But as well, like, even though this wasn't from the documents, but it was from Daniel, and he said that Lily woke him up because he could hear her rattling the lock on the door, is what he said as well.
Ah, yes. Now, there's where I have to say I agree with Kent on that one.
Oh, right, right, right.
Yes, I do agree with Kent on that one with the lock on the door because I have locks on the outside of my doors.
Well, I was going to say, I think that probably Daniel can answer that one. I totally forgot to ask him about that, myself, and because, well, either or,
Right.
so, I mean, uh, like, to me, the whole timeline is just full of inconsistencies, like the 8 o'clock to the whole 9:40. Well, let's just say up to 10:01, to me is so inconsistent. With Jamie and
When I asked Malaya
uh,
Saturday morning, and I asked her, I said, when did you last see the kids? No, I asked her, what time did the kids get up? That's what I first asked her.
mm,
And she saw it for a second and she said between 8 and 8:30. I said, okay. I said, when was the last time you seen them? And she said, not till the night before when I put them to bed. That's what she told me Saturday morning.
right, right, and
Because she was in and out of sleep, is what she stated in the documents, and she, like Sonny
Yeah,
said
but
something earlier
well,
about
then,
Malaya saying that
yeah,
she seen Lily once.
she never said none of that to me on Saturday. She
Yeah,
just
I
stated,
never heard that
right,
before.
wait, don't cut Belinda off. Let her finish first, Ken.
yeah, she never said that to me Saturday. Saturday, she said that they got up between 8 and 8:30, and the last time she seen them was Thursday night. I never heard anything about her seeing Lily pop her head in the room until, geez, I think it's been months later when all of a sudden that started coming out that Daniel stated that he's seen Lily a couple of times. And then I think it was a couple of weeks later when all of a sudden, I think it was Lana that told me, well, Malaya told her that she's seen Lily once.
Right, I remember you saying that to me about
Yeah.
But
it,
Sonny,
and
where did you see Malaya say that? Because I never
oh,
seen that in anything that Malaya
about
Malaya
told
said it
her.
to Lana first.
Oh, wait, which one are you talking about, Ken? Are you talking
about
about?
Malaya saying that she seen them once. The only one that I ever seen
Okay.
or heard or anything saying that Lily popped in the room was Daniel. And sometimes it was twice, and other times it was a few times. And
Right, right.
Correct. Yeah.
Lana told me that Malaya told her she's seen Lily once pop her head in the room.
but I don't want to be rude, Belinda, but like
Unless there's proof to show, I know.
like Malaya never said that out in public, so
She
like it's
didn't.
hearsay. I just question it myself because I never heard it myself, right?
Right? We never
That's
did.
the only thing I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We never did hear that. All we have, even when I asked Malaya in the messages on Messenger, but maybe I now in hindsight I probably could have worded it different because I said, is it true that you last heard the kids between 8 and 8:30? And she said yes, but no, but she didn't like say no. I saw. She never said that either. She just answered me to did you hear? But never did we hear besides Malaya saying it to Alana, right, from what Belinda
Yeah,
had said. That's
yeah.
the only time that we ever heard of it. But yet in the documents, we see that she has said that, but
Is that in the documents that she said she seen Lily once?
yeah, like that's, yeah, yes, 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 yes. And
Okay.
So I was confused by that because again, what if like this whole thing of telling Belinda Thursday night was the last
Yeah.
you've seen.
Yep.
Right. And so again, that's where I start thinking about this whole story that was put together because again, like, okay, so Belinda, I want to ask you something about this as well, because recently, I would say in the last month, Daniel has really been talking about or inserting new things that he's never talked about before.
Mhm.
With regards to Jack's jacket. Now, I mean, I do know that he kind of said it before he released, like, said it publicly or whatever, but because I know he had talked about that to me, I believe in the Facebook message during those long talks before, like whatever it was, a month ago or something. But anyways, so now, so we're hearing about chairs that weren't moved, no yogurt cups were taken and stuff like that, that Malaya had left her clothes at Patty's intentionally. And so what else? Oh, and that Darren's saying that Malaya said, and Grandma Patty said that, she had other plans. I asked Haley if she could confirm that for me, if she could ask that, because again, it's about putting the truth out there. Now, again, people can take it with a grain of salt because it's not coming from the actual source. And she said the question that you asked me, the answer was no, that it wasn't true. Again, take it with the grain of salt. But that was one thing I wanted to know if that was true, because Darren had never said that in his conversations to me. But there's all these things about, could Malaya have gotten up during this time frame? And, Daniel was like, well, I mean, anything's possible. And, but Malaya, Meadow was laying in Malaya's arm. But there's these breadcrumbs that keep coming out all of a sudden about.
To me, the breadcrumbs, in my opinion, it's all sidetracking. Whenever anything gets a little bit serious of honing in on any one particular thing, I notice he releases another breadcrumb, and then everybody goes all off on talking about that. And the first issue we were talking about kind of gets put to the wayside. And I notice he does that a lot.
But didn't he say that's what he was going to do from the beginning?
Well, what he said was he was going to drop little tidbits, right, to the
If
news.
he feels the case is going cold.
Okay, has the case been going cold? All
No.
I see is whenever anything big happens, like bringing in the cadaver dogs or when a news release is coming on, the moment it comes on and people are talking about it, all of a sudden he drops another little tidbit. The tidbit doesn't seem to help anything other than people on a jack.
I totally agree with you, Belinda. The other thing, I don't know if it was stated, because I was disappointed, like I say, this afternoon. But were you in for the whole live that Christine did?
I never caught any of it. I still haven't caught it. That
Okay,
I've
missed
been
it.
sent the link a couple of times, but it just wouldn't take me into it.
Okay.
But you read the statement.
Yeah, I've read Malehya'S letter, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. But what I'm talking about, though, Sonny, and this wasn't mentioned earlier because you didn't play the other video. Or the whole video.
No, I didn't.
You probably heard it when you listened to it. Is they made a statement, or Christine made a statement, saying that one of the things, and I don't know if it was upcoming and they did it before the end of the video, or if it's upcoming that we still don't know it. But they said that the parent was going to release a further and more accurate description of the clothing that the children were wearing the day they went missing.
Okay, I need you to repeat that, Ken.
Yeah, I was going to say, repeat that, Ken.
Christine made the statement in that live video.
Right.
Bring Me Home or Christine. I don't know who's going to do it, or if it was done before the end of the video because it was cutting in and out. But they said that the parent was going to have a more accurate description of the clothing that the children were wearing the day they went missing.
Okay, did she say when they
I
were
don't
going
know if she
to
said
release
what
this?
the clothing was or not, or if we're still expecting this sometime next week or whatever.
Oh, so I hate to say this, but I'm actually going to put this out there because it's starting to sound to me like Christine is kind of doing the same thing Daniel's doing, throwing little tidbits on to keep people coming back and getting more
Okay.
people to want to know what it is. There is a bit of a discrepancy with the clothing.
Yes.
I understand that. We've always got that from the time that it started
Right,
out as
right.
a diaper to brown pants to black pants.
And Lily with the Barbie top, but Daniel states the Barbie top's at home, which the Barbie top was at home.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is here we are at 6 months. What
And
is the more accurate of the description of the clothing that they were wearing?
like I said, to me, there were 3 people on that property, and I don't know. I think all 3 people seem to know what's going on because none of the rest of us do.
Well, like I said, they said the parent, so the only parent is Malaya.
Yes.
And they said, and the way that Christine worded it, because I said, what? You're going to give a more accurate description of the children's clothing 6 months later than you were able to do back
Yeah.
then?
Yeah.
Like, it was bizarre to me. That's why I asked if you watched it, because I know Belinda Belize was in there, but I know that's not you. But
No, I guess Lily's top has changed now, and I think Jack's jacket.
I think, and as well, Belinda, I think it went from a pink shirt to, I think it was the documents where it was said pink sweater.
Sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but Daniel again is the one that is including Jack's jacket, isn't it? He said that he heard them rustling around and Jack couldn't reach it off the hook. Like
And
that's
the
what Daniel
jacket was
told me.
gone. Well, going by a parent, the jacket was there when she left.
that Jack's jacket was there going by
Yes.
a parent. So obviously not Daniel.
Right.
Right. So obviously Malay.
That jacket was said to be hanging up when she left.
Right. And again, is it because the truth is being hidden and we're being fed? Because Daniel said that, I remember because I have the posting where he said, like, someone asked him about the clothing, because Malaya sent you the original text message on May 2nd and talked about the backpack, Lily's clothes, and for Jack, she basically said, I think boots, and she talked about a darker clothes, I think is what she said, for Jack. So I remember that part, and I remember Daniel's post saying, when somebody said, well, Daniel said something like, the clothes you think they were wearing, they weren't. But he can't talk about it because it's,
And then when he said that he was upset that he wasn't notified that when the dogs were coming, that's when he started releasing about Jack's jacket not being there, and the Jack couldn't reach it by himself, and there was no kitchen table chairs that was moved over, and Jack couldn't reach it if he had a chair or not.
But he also, he also, I think, mentioned to me that somebody, he thinks that possibly somebody came in the house and got those children.
Yeah.
And
that's what I'm saying. That's what he's saying, that it had to be that because Jack couldn't reach it, even with the chair, and there was no chairs or anything moved around like in the morning. everything was in the place where it's normally at, and this
It,
and that, right?
yeah, I mean, and I agree. Hi, Chelsea. You guys, we all know that when children are missing, the most important thing that we need to know is a description, what the children were wearing. So if they are missing and have wandered off and you're searching for them at the very beginning, police want to get that out. RCMP want to get that inside out right away to us, because obviously anyone can say, well, brown hair, 6 and 4 year old, but you want details so that if someone does happen to see them, you have those things. So to think that this is some thing that needs to be hidden or not talked about is absolutely ridiculous to me, about the clothing that were there. Now, RCMP put out the information that was given to them by Malaya and Daniel and stuff like that. But again, it seems ridiculous at this point that we're talking about the clothes that should have been talked about. And it reminds me of Sebastian Rogers' case, because Sebastian Rogers' case, at first they put out some information, but it wasn't quite accurate about what Sebastian was wearing. And mind you, they never did update that thing properly. But anyways, then it came to fruition not too long after that exactly what Sebastian was wearing. And that's the point of it, is that when children are missing and you think that they've been abducted and you think that, or they're somehow gone astray, that's stuff that the RCMP would not want to hide from us at all.
Well, going by what I heard somebody state that Daniel's put out so far now is his daughter had given them a lot of passed down clothes. So they had an awful lot of clothes and they just couldn't keep track of them all, know what's what. My point is Malaya stated she was tired, so the kids slept in the clothes that they wore to town that day.
Mm-hmm.
But she cannot remember exactly what clothes the children wore to town that day when she tucked them into bed.
Didn't Cindy see a video call to talk to the kids as well?
Well, there you go.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Right?
Do
So
we really know she's seen them? We have no idea. Patty can't remember supposedly when the kids were there doing laundry.
I know.
Yeah, but what we were talking about earlier, Belinda, is if that was a video call at 3:30 Thursday afternoon between Cindy and Malaya, and she seen the kids, because we were talking about it. But what were we talking about that in reference to, Sonny, when we were referring to that earlier? We were talking about something, I can't remember what it was. But anyways, now
I'll
we
just be
see
right back.
another point of picking that video off of the cloud. And that would tell us what the children had on at 3:30.
Right. If they were, well, not just for Cindy, but if they were seen in town, then wouldn't that
But-
possibly show what the kids were wearing?
But I thought the kids were out in the car, like they were seen on video, but they weren't seen in the store, so they couldn't.
Oh,
That's the
really?
way that I understood that. Like they were seen in the car, but I didn't think that everybody went in the dollar store.
Oh,
I
now
might
I
be wrong when I state that.
yeah, because in the statement, I think it states Malaya had Meadow into the store first, and then Daniel, so many minutes later, Daniel and Lily and Jack went into the store behind her at the dollar store.
So what were they wearing
Right.
at
We
the
don't
point of the
know.
video?
Right.
At least that might give us a heads up of what they had on that night when they went to bed, and then therefore, because we know that they slept in their clothes
Right.
the next
That
morning.
would be exactly what they were wearing. So why wouldn't the police have put out that description from the footage?
Well, that was a week after, wasn't it? Or 3 or 4 days after when by the time they got that?
Yes. But still, I mean, here we
Yeah,
are.
they could have updated it with
Right.
that
Here
description.
we
right?
are. We still have no idea exactly what the kids were
What
wearing.
they were wearing.
Right. Now, this
I
is what
don't mean law.
No, but this is what I mean by the police have to be a little more straightforward with sharing information. Some things it's not going to hurt their investigation. Missing kids, you want to know what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say this myself, Belinda, because does this not maybe make sense? Is that the reason why they didn't update it? Because obviously they would know what Jack and Lily were wearing, is because they're not deeming it as an abduction, or that the children were taken by someone
That
known
would
to them.
that would definitely make sense. If they're not worried about what the kids are wearing,
Right.
then what does that tell you?
They're
Well,
still asking for public tips about
tips.
the information of the whereabouts. So it don't matter if the kids are deceased. Like if a hunter comes along
Well,
and
I'm assuming it
finds,
doesn't matter what clothes are
It
being
doesn't
worn.
matter
Yeah.
if they.
no, but what I'm saying is the first thing would be that somebody will say, "Oh well, I heard that description. I'm calling the cops and saying I found Jack and Lily," and then they're going to come and they're going to take their DNA and they're going to prove it. But I'm just saying, it's whether they're deceased or alive. It's still good to know.
Oh,
I know
I
we're talking
agree.
6 months later here,
No,
but
I
it's
agree.
still
It
good
is
to know
still
what they're
good to know
wearing.
what. Yes, I totally agree.
I mean, I agree, but again, you know what? The whole thing is, honestly, the actions that have been going on here and their words have kept saying that there's not an abduction, and by abduction, they're referring to family members or a stranger. So,
Exactly.
right. So again, whatever the RCMP are doing, I think that they're doing it for reasons. I think that there's a reason that sergeant, inspector, sergeant there, ready with the dog narc, again, is asking Daniel those questions. I think that this, it's not showing that these kids are hitting somewhere. It's like the actions are showing to me, like, just from my own opinion, that these actions are because they believe the children are deceased. They brought in dogs. They wouldn't waste thousands of dollars if they thought that these children were abducted, or that Malaya and her family had
They're
taken that.
they're going to do any and every step that they
Yeah,
can do.
let's use our brains though a little bit on this one. Sorry. Go
They're
ahead.
going to do every step that they can and will do to get the answers that people, family, public, everybody wants. We might not like it in the speed that they operate, but they're going to do that. And the other thing that could
I
lead,
agree. They are going to cross all their T's and dot all their I's. Do I believe it's for the sole purpose of really finding Lily and Jack at this point? I think it's just to make sure nothing comes back on them.
well, we know that they protect themselves first.
Yeah.
If you live in Nova Scotia, and you don't understand that by now, well, you could say you're as naive as I am. But what I say is, if the children are deceased, we're now 6 months later, and it's not right to talk about them like this. But as more time goes on, there'll be less and less of the children to determine where
Yeah.
they are and who they are. And the clothing, in a proper description, could lead them to, because it becomes to a point that there might not be much DNA there to be able to test. But the clothing could be one thing that, especially clothing these days, as we've seen with what they found in the ditches and whatnot, the clothing will stick around and probably stay in the place of whatever happened, where any other remains could be picked up and taken away for miles by animals,
Yes, again.
right? So that's where I'm saying, even if you believe that the children are deceased, that's fine, but the accurate description of clothing is important.
To
And
who?
here we are, we're being told 6 months later we're going to present a more accurate description.
Yeah, but again, I'm going to say this, right? We aren't the RCMP. We don't know what the things that they're doing, in a sense, or why they're doing them. I deem the clothes to be non-important, even though we might want to know about the clothing. But again, depending on the direction of their investigation, will depend on the answer of why they never updated it. And honestly, like I again,
But you can't have it both ways, is what I'm trying to say, Sonny. You can't say the clothes aren't important because they're dead and they're going to find their bodies and their remains.
well, yeah, but what, but
But
what do we need to know about what they're wearing if the RCMP have all the information and they don't feel it's necessary, because they don't believe that they're missing or that they're hidden somewhere? Besides
we're
the
not
fact,
talking about hidden or missing. We're talking about being deceased. But what I'm saying is, at this point, we're 6 months later,
yeah,
there's no indication that we're going to have answers this week, next week, or any week coming. So that's where clothing, because if there is remains in the woods somewhere, just look at how many, like,
so you,
the remains could be scattered over 200 acres out there. But if they found the clothing that they knew for sure the children were missing, and when they
right,
went missing in it,
okay,
that's important to figure, okay, we got to dig here, we got to do this here, we got to take and dig up the
yeah,
ground and sift it by screens to find out that, yes, this isn't just clothing, it's the
Yeah.
remains of their children, and we've got the answers.
well,
We might not know how and why it happened yet, but
if a stranger happens to come across an article in the woods 20 kilometers away, um, and obviously we're right, you're correct, Kent, that would be important, that we know exactly what the children were wearing, so that if people are hunters come across something, an article, that we know exactly what these children were wearing. So
Yeah, Jay and Kat just stated that Justin McDonald, his father recognized his sandal in the woods, and that's how he recognized his son's body.
right,
right,
so
the sun shined on the buckle of the sandal just in the ditch of the trees, and his
Yeah,
father got off and walked 20 feet into the woods and found the remains of
yeah,
his son.
yeah.
So yeah, so I'm sorry. Obviously, you're correct on all that, and just Rhonda, thank you so much. You're such a dear person. You're always messaging me all the time with such nice things to kindly say and stuff like that. Thank you for that super chat. But yeah, Kent, no, absolutely, you're right on that one for sure. Because it is important. Sorry, I was having obviously a stupid moment because I was too busy being focused on the fact of, well, if they're dead and buried, like, I mean, obviously they're going to be closed, but if somewhere something got put
That,
or dug up by animals.
that was the other thing that I wanted to know with the cadaver dogs. I know it takes a body so many minutes to start putting off that chemical thing you guys were talking about.
Yeah, the
And
decomposition.
right, the larger the person, the quicker it happens.
Right.
The smaller frame the person, it takes a little bit longer.
What they explained, because they actually explained that in that press conference that Charmaine attended, they said the larger the person or the larger mass, so somebody like myself that is 350 pounds would give off a stronger scent,
Right.
and it would last for longer because there is more material there to decomp. Where in young children, they're small, they're less, they weigh less and everything. So the amount of material puts off a fainter, I think is the word that he used, a
Right.
fainter scent. But it's
Mhm.
still going to last for like they found bodies that they've been out searching 20 years later.
I know, but I was thinking more like industrial garbage bags. If it was done right away, how much of a scent that would have left.
Well, it has to be a like a completely sealed. The way they described that, Belinda, was it would have to be like a Ziploc container, like
Right.
because they said even if you put them in like a tote or a box, because the way that the handler described it in the presser, he said we have a box in our training facility that has a human femur bone in it.
Right.
And he said, so what we do every once in a while is we just take some dirt from that box that has the femur bone, and we took it out and we set it in without the dog seeing us. So they took it out and they set it in the middle of the parking lot, paved parking lot, and then they got the dog to go searching for it. And the dog went to the pile of dirt where
Okay.
it was in the dry or the parking lot.
Okay. Thank you. Because I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
Did you use the word decomposition, Belinda? Is that the word? Because
Well, it's not a total decomposition. It's what's put off when decomposition starts.
what's the word?
They called it something.
Yeah, it's the VOCs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so Kent, how should I put it into Chat GPT? And
Volatile
okay.
something. I don't know what the AC stands for, or
Yeah,
the OC, but
okay. But the question to ask would be what? And I'll type it in what you say. How long?
Would it take for small children?
yeah, like Charmaine was there. Charmaine's in the chat. She done some stuff like this, or checking it out.
Okay.
And I think she said, like, and this is what I was getting at earlier, Sonny, when we were talking about the vehicles
Somebody
being.
in chat called it putrescine.
Okay.
That's the chemical, yeah. That's the bodily fluid that comes from the body, like
Right.
upon death. But the dogs actually smell the VOCs. There it is, volatile organic compounds.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Splorcor.
Okay. Volatile. 1 second. Okay. Keep talking. I'll put this in.
But when we were talking earlier about the dogs going through the vehicles, we said, well, even if something happened on the property and the dogs didn't scent on the property, that should automatically send them to the vehicles, because all that means is that the children might have been still alive when they left the property and unconscious, and they would have died or became deceased on their way to wherever they were disposed of.
Right.
So that's where I think that the vehicles should have been gone to.
I totally agree with you.
And I had about 10 on my list.
Yeah, I had around the same too.
Right?
Yeah.
And you, like, first, I think it would be Malay, like I said this before, it would be Malehya'S vehicle, Janie's vehicle, and any other vehicle that Daniel had on the property that he was working on and that he had access to that was running. Then after that, if none of them hit, take it out to Ron's vehicle, take it out to Earl's vehicle, take it out to the four-wheeler, take it out to the other ones. Then if that don't hit, then there was one other person that I won't mention because he's had nothing to do with it all along, so we'll leave it at that. But then I would have got to look at his vehicle.
Okay. Now, okay, so just quickly, I'll pull this up. I'll pull us kind of off screen to make it bigger. So for chat, Gemini here says, I think you mean how long after death does volatile organic compounds? Thank you for the person that typed that in there. Started being produced from a child's body. Short answer, VOCs begin being produced within hours and become clearly detectable within 24 to 72 hours with the greatest variety and concentration appearing during the bloating activity or active decay phase, days to a couple of weeks. Children tend to produce detectable VOCs somewhat sooner than adults under the same conditions because of the smaller mass, high body water content, and thinner skin. Says quick timeline, so minutes, hours after death, biochemical changes start. Autolysis, a few simple VOCs, small alcohols, aldehydes, however you say these words, can be released very early, especially if the body is warm. Within 24 hours, VOC profile grows, more alcohols, ketones, short chain fatty acids, and sometimes amines may be detectable with sensitive instruments, whatever that means, e-noses or trained cadaver dogs. So 24 to 72 hours, microbial activity increases and insect colonization often begins. VOC emissions rise and diversify. 2 to 7 days, bloating, active decay in typical temperature conditions, greatest production of strong sulfur, nitrogen containing VOCs, sulfur compounds, cadaverine, putrescine, highest detectability. Weeks, advanced decay. Okay. So why children can show VOC sooner, less tissue to buffer the chemical changes, relative concentration rise faster, high body water content speeds microbiome metabolism, thinner skin and smaller fat layer, let insects and microbes access tissue earlier. What does this say? Important factors that change timing. Temperature, warm equals faster. Humidity, exposure, surface versus being buried versus submerged. Insect access, clothing, body mass, and presence of embalming or chemicals, cold or dry conditions. Let's see. Geez. And then it just says what VOCs are typical classes: alcohols, ketones, aldehydes, short chain fatty acids, sulfur compounds. Well, I guess it's just saying, so given a short table comparing expected VOC timelines for infants / young children versus adults underneath the warm temperatures and condition. Okay, so basically everything I just read. Is there and it's one of those things, Belinda, where you can just do a follow-up question to that. Like, this is what I like about the chat, Gemini and Chat GPT, and is the fact of just the information that we don't know, can be kind of given to us at our fingertips, and stuff like that. So I don't know if that helped any, but was it kind of what you were asking?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
With all that reading, I don't know if I get the exact answer.
Well, I was going to say, I think, was it more about the timeline of hours for?
Yeah. How long would it take for children? Was it hours that it could take? A couple of hours?
No, it happens right away, but
right. It says it. So basically, Belinda, to go over that part again, it says minutes to hours after death that the biochemical changes
hours.
Right. And then, so it's saying that, so hours to minutes to hours, of course, biochemical changes start, autolysis or whatever it's called. A few simple VOCs, small alcohols, aldehydes can be released very early, especially if the body is warm. And it says within 24 hours, VOC profile grows, more alcohol, ketones, short chain fatty acids, and some amines may be detectable with sensitive instruments, or trained cadaver dogs. So it's saying more like, so within 24 hours, and then 24 to 72 hours, that's when it says early decomposition, microbial activity increases, and insect colonization often begins. VOC emissions rise and diversify. So I think it's one of those things, like, I don't know, when I'm reading this myself, my takeaway is that, like, it starts to form, but it in the 24 hours is when, like, it's really starting to
the
kind of
human nose is going to be able to smell it after 24 hours.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
and
right.
cadaver dogs.
Yeah.
No, I said, but the human nose. is going to be able to smell it after 24 hours.
Right, but it says
Cadaver
no.
dogs could do it probably within 15 minutes.
Well, I'm just reading what it says here. It says on the 24 hours, it says they don't say trained cadaver dogs in the first part of it because probably, I don't know, maybe it's more nominal for that particular time, but it's just saying cadaver. It says in the 24-hour one is when it's saying or trained cadaver dogs. So I don't know if that's why, like for instance, I guess in my head, all I'm thinking about this is if this perhaps hypothetically, if this was an accident that happened to Jack and Lily, right? And it was a cover up, let's just say, right? And it was a panic thing, how long would those children have been left even in the home? Was it, was it within 5 minutes, 10 minutes that they're let's say hypothetically panicking, right? And there's no really trace of a scent that would have happened per se and stuff like that. Again,
that's why the vehicles become important.
well, I think that the vehicles are hugely important. And the vehicles are, so besides in the home, right? Again, yeah, absolutely. The vehicles are one of those absolute top things that would have had to, you would think would have had to have been searched. You would be talking about Daniel's vehicle, Janie's vehicle, Malehya'S vehicle, any family members that they would have thought,
there's a thing that bothered me with the police interview, because where they state they had the dogs searching, it's like they were actually getting the dogs to search in areas where if the kids wandered off. That's how I took that. They did the property, they did the pipeline, and they did what the blanket was.
Well, I don't know, but my own opinion, these kids didn't wander off and get lost in the woods.
Right, exactly.
They would have been found if they're within the search area. But they didn't walk outside of the search area either down the road. I can't say that 100%, but in my mind,
that 99.99%.
No, it is, because even if they were walking down the road with a purpose, from what we understand, if Jack would have came along, it was a wet morning. If Jack would have came along and walking down the side of the road and seen a worm, what do you think he's going to do?
Yeah.
He's going to stop and pick up the worm and say, look, I found a worm.
Right.
Right. And the same thing as their scent being on the guardrail. Like a lot of the 289 right along there, Gairloch Road, is got a guardrail. So what is kids going to do walking down the side of the road? I know I always used to drag my hand along it.
Yeah.
So isn't that going to leave their scent there even more for a dog to be able to...
Well, the dogs would have picked up just the walking scent alone.
You would think. But maybe not, because they weren't tracking this. They were tracking the air.
Yes.
The air might have been blowing the other way.
Well, okay, so now that we're talking about the kind of this part, but let me ask you, okay, so when I was asking Daniel about the blanket, because right, like we heard Cheryl say that it was on the railing, and then I know that the pawn came in here and said that Cheryl Christine had said that it was on the railing, because I figured if Cheryl might say that, it would have come from Malehy'a, and that's why it was like being said about it being on the railing when she was on Hidden in the Fog. But just so I was curious about that too as well. Now I know the pawn came in here and said that you'd spoken to Cheryl, and she said that Malehy'a said it was on the railing. Now, so I want to ask you about this. So when I was asking Daniel about the plank blanket, because I was so confused about, wait a second, if this was put on a door, and Malehy'a in the article says that you ripped off the piece, from the blanket, and then you used it for the door, was it weeks? Was it months that you had this blanket on the door? So Daniel's answer back to that, I'll just say, was that he said that when they took it off the door is when it ripped. Like when they were taking it back off the door. Okay, now in saying that, whether that's true or not, but that was his answer to that part.
I can see that happening.
But I always, and I tried to correct people and say that, and nobody would believe me. But Malaya says it right in her statement that because it was coming on May and the weather was getting warmer, Daniel ripped it off the door. And when he did, the piece that was, I took it that the piece that was nailed to the either the door or the door casing was stronger, and the
Yes.
other piece ripped in half.
Yes.
So they took the big piece, threw it in the garbage can, and the other piece got flung on the railing. And that's what I was trying to say, that I believe that both of those statements were true. And everybody said, it can't be. Two things can't be true at once, can't. And I said, well,
because the way it was worded in the article was the fact that they put it up on the door, but that Daniel had ripped off the piece. It didn't come off like it was ripped after the fact.
Sonny, I agree with you. When that was first put out about the blanket, yes, it did come off that way, that they put it up and he ripped the piece off then. That is the way I did take it.
Yeah.
But then when I heard his later explanation, which, like I said, he gets better with time.
Well, I don't know when I heard it, but I know it was well back.
But his second
2 or 3
explanation, I do know that does happen because I've actually have done that myself.
So right, and exactly. Like I was just looking for this explanation of this because it wasn't making sense by the words in the article to, this whole blanket thing. But so Belinda, I mean, first of all, Daniel says that the RCMP told him that, yes, they believe the blanket was planted. Now, how that was worded to him, it could have been, well, do you believe it was planted? Or something like that. But anyways, do you believe that the blanket was planted and it's a big piece of a key to this investigation?
I believe it was planted, and I believe it's not a big key to this investigation. I think it's another sideways trail.
Okay. And what about the boot prints? Because I know when DT was talking about this on his live, he kind of thinks that the children, that those
walked away. Yes, I know.
Right. So, but for you personally,
I don't.
Do you think that those,
and from what I gathered, when all that first took place and Malaya was waiting to hear back, from what Malaya told me, they couldn't distinguish whether they were lilies. They were the same size, yes, but they did not know if they were lilies or not because there were other kids on the search.
Right.
And even if they were lilies, doesn't mean that they got there that morning that they disappeared.
Or that they weren't purposely put there. That, yes, all of that's possible.
Right. And, so, but for me to believe that the children literally wandered and wandered down the road, and all that stuff. And then a blanket goes in the tree, and then footprints are a lot further up the pipeline and stuff like that. In this 20-minute timeline, especially that they're referring to, even though we know darn well, I shouldn't say we know darn well because we don't know the truth. But the way that they've kept presenting this, or at least Daniel has, and Malaya, I guess too, is that it was basically 20-minute time window that they were gone, because that was out of Malaya's mouth that they've been gone for about 20 minutes. Right now, again, that doesn't mean that's accurate at all. But even then, I still do not believe at all that Jack and Lily took off down a street and started wandering down through the pipeline. And
even Sonny, if they were gone the 2 hours that we know that everybody is stating they last heard or seen them, which is 8 o'clock, and we know the 911 call. But I'm saying the widest time frame, if you listen to what they tell us, the widest time frame is 8 a.m. to 10:01.
Right, the
If
widest.
even if they had that 2 hours, how far down the road would these two children walk?
Right.
I don't beg to differ with DT, but DT's not from Nova Scotia. And if he wants to come here, the first hill that they would have to walk up, and Belinda, you know it,
Yes.
some of the hills out on that road are like
Yes.
Yeah.
I would get tired walking halfway up them, let alone
Yep.
all the way.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I do not believe these kids walked away.
no,
No.
like they would never have gotten that far away. Daniel would have found them when he went out driving, checking ditches and
Right.
culverts.
Right.
I mean,
Or-
honestly, yeah, they would have been picked up by the drones there.
Did anybody
Well,
ever ask, did anybody ever ask him why was he checking culverts?
I don't know that anyone
He
specifically.
just no, I don't think that he asked that specifically. No, I think he
I
just
would.
gave that.
Part of me would like to know. I mean, I know kids can want to play. Did the kids often run out and play in the culvert? Is that why he thought to check culverts?
Well, pretty much those kids never left the property, really, according to them at all, and that they never crossed the street, like they never. Like,
No, but they had that little wee brook that we seen in the backyard that Jack might have always been back looking for frogs.
Oh, that's quite a bit of a distance, though. That little
Mm.
brook you're talking about. So that's a little jaunt too to get to that. And
Is it?
it's not an easy jaunt either.
Okay,
Right.
I'm just going by what I seen on
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
news coverage, right?
Yeah,
Like it looked like it
it is a
wasn't.
brook. It is a brook. Now, if they went out to the road and went down to the brook, then yes, but definitely not crossing across the wooded
Like
area
their
from their
backyard
property.
going back to get to the
No,
brook.
yeah,
Okay.
no.
Do you, Belinda? Now that I'm thinking about this, what do you think about this little star that was found? What's your thoughts on this star that people want to keep talking about, and then someone showing a star? Now, you guys, let me just ask you your thoughts on the star first and foremost.
Well, I mean, is there a possibility that it was Lily's? There is a possibility of it being Lily's or Jack's for that matter. But there are other kids that live around there that went to school too.
But right, so what do you? But the thing is that people are trying to show a jacket, but okay, I don't know of any jacket where there's
No,
like
the jacket that people are showing, it is a printed star
it's a
jacket.
printed star jacket.
Right,
Yeah,
right. There's no stars that hang off it.
right. So unless it was like a sticker on something, like more like a stickery type
Well,
thing.
they said it was iridescent, so it would
Right.
be right. It would be a sticker star.
Right.
It was iridescent. It was holographic.
Right.
And
Right.
when I heard that first come out, that's when I said to myself, "Oh, well, did Lily have her school backpack or what?" And then we found out that it wasn't her school backpack because the first time that they described it, I thought it would be one of those little stars that you get on beside your name whenever you be nice to somebody in kindergarten or whatever, right?
Right, or even something that might have been stuck to their water bottles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to tell them who it was,
Right.
like whose was
Right.
whose, or
Like I said, it could be, or it could have absolutely nothing because there are children that do live
and I
around.
also thought the star was in the opposite direction, was it not?
It was on Lansdowne Station Road.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it went where the blanket went up, it went down.
Yeah.
Right.
It was right near that little bridgey thing.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was found around the bridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. So you know what, Belinda, because I honestly don't want to keep you too much longer here, but I've loved this conversation with you though, because it's been a minute of the different because we haven't really I know that you got a lot of stuff going on in the background and stuff like that, and we haven't been like we talk, but it's been more like sporadically, within a few days and stuff like that. I know that you got so much stuff going on, but like there's a lot of this information that's come out that we haven't talked about. So it's to me, awesome about like I said, us talking about all these different things since we haven't talked about them on the live and that, and getting your perspective and thoughts and where you are at with the case now. Just to ask you, so in the background, obviously you're working on the custody battle, or with a custody case. Sorry, I should say battle, but for guardianship. Thank you. Sorry, temporary guardianship, I believe.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
For Jack and Lily, and that was regardless of if they're alive or deceased.
Yes.
Right. And the reason for this, just to explain to people again, is
well, the reason in the beginning, I am not entitled to get information. Being the grandmother, I'm just not entitled to it. I believe I should be. That she has sole custody of my grandchildren. And she's given the information. They've gone missing under her care. I have a right to know what's going on. I have a right to know what CPS was concerned about.
But Belinda,
Mhm.
you know another thing that I never thought of until later on, and you might want to just put it in the ear of the RCMP. Just say, well, because grandparents do have rights.
Mhm.
And what was it that Malaya did to you?
oh right, yes.
So from the point that she did that to you, you should have had equal access as for your side of the family, because you were told to not to have contact with her.
That's true.
And I got thinking that the other day when I got blamed.
Yeah.
When they threatened to call the cops on me.
Wait, let Belinda answer that.
Yeah,
to what you said, Ken.
that is a good point. That I'm definitely going to get on to that one.
It's a thought.
Oh, I see you have the letter put up.
I just did now. Shannon said she hadn't even read the letter, or the letter or whatever, the statement yet or whatever. So again, just so you guys know that Christine Ingrid, sorry Christine if I butcher your last name on this one, but
Ingrid.
Well, I always say Ingrid, but I don't think it's spelled that way. But anyway,
no, it's Enrig.
Enrig, that's what it is. Enrig. I always get it wrong, twisted in my head. There was a live today where Chrissy Travers from Please Bring Me Home, and then Angela was the one that read this the statement. Now, before I even saw this letter, I was kind of like, well, first of all, I still feel like Malehya'S voice should have been behind this, but Malehya'S going to do what Malehya'S going to do regardless. Okay. But anyways, so there's 2 pages of this. There's this one and the other one. And that can be found. You guys can go find that. Where did I have it? Shoot, I think I closed it off. Kent, where can it be found again?
What?
Where can this letter and the live be found again?
Focus on Bringing Jack and Lily Home.
Okay.
Facebook page.
Well,
or if you private message me, I will send you the link. But I think you will have to be following the page.
Yeah.
And Linda, but I don't understand why it wasn't working for you. I think you'll have to be a follower of the page in order for the link to work. It's almost the same as
okay. And I did take myself out of that group.
Not the group, not the chat group, but the page itself.
Okay.
Right? Like it's the same as if someone posts a video and they're not your friend, when someone sends you the link, you can't necessarily open it because
Right.
you're not their friend.
Yeah.
Right.
And I sent this link to a couple people that said that it didn't work. I said, well, do you follow the page? Because it worked for Sunny and Charmaine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Well, I was just going to say, I put both of them up there. So if people want to screenshot them, obviously then they can. We'll put this one back up. So I just put that up there in case someone just wants to screenshot it. So that's Malaya, her statement about Jack and Lily, putting that out there. Please bring me home again. For anyone that doesn't know, is there should be upcoming search in the next few weeks and stuff like that. Again, it's what needs to happen. So it's really great. They're asking people when the announcement is, they're asking people to, of course, from within the area to come help and aid in the search and stuff like that. Of course, if there's anything that, Belinda, just to ask you quickly, because I know that a lot of these searches are based upon donations and stuff like that. Is that what Please Bring Me Home is doing as well? Because obviously,
I do believe they are going to do some type of a thing to raise money. Yes.
okay. And again, right. It's just, anything at all to aid and assist in the search for Jack and Lily, the answers for Jack and Lily. Obviously, I'm sure that Belinda and other family members with open arms are like, yes, please, right? Please help assist and, just try to do everything to bring answers. So we don't know, when those answers will come or what will be found or not found and stuff like that. But, obviously if the search is, well, hold on a second. Janie said yesterday in Daniel Drunk Turkeys Live that the RCMP were searching today. Did you see that?
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
They were up by Ron's place.
Okay. And
Checking something out.
okay. Any idea what?
Nope.
No.
They just people asked why the RCMP were parked up by Ron's, and Janie said they're looking at a couple of things. That's all I
Okay.
seen them. I just want to note people as far as the bring them home. Once they get their details, because I asked these when I was talking to Chrissy. Once they get their details set, there'll be a post on the Facebook page with an email address. It won't be a GoFundMe. It'll be a direct email where you can send money to help offset cost of the search, which could be lodging, food, whatever for the professional searchers, because there'll be with each team they assign, there'll be professional searcher with volunteers. Also, people were asking what I said to Belinda, and what I said is back a while ago. I can't remember. It wasn't too far into the investigation, but Cheryl and Malaya called the cops and reported Belinda for harassment and online bullying. I think they said, Belinda, was it?
Or defamatory comments. I'm not
something
sure, to be
anyway.
honest.
Belinda showed that Malaya had cut off all contact. So what I'm saying with the grandparent rights within Nova Scotia, from that point on, if Malaya is the one family member that is getting information, how is Malaya or Belinda supposed to get it from Malaya and maintain not her contacting her? So therefore, she should have been the contact.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I got something else that I got to ask you, Belinda, but I won't do it online because I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay.
So I'll meet you when we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Belinda. Were you going to say something?
No,
Okay.
I'm listening.
Well, is there anything else that while we're on this live, is there anything else that you wanted to touch on? Oh, wait, before you answer that, just quickly, anything that's done for the donations for bracelets and all the signs, everything goes right back into the whole thing about the search for Jack and Lily. Everything, whether it's printing, all that stuff. Okay, so none of it at all is kept for profit or gain. Everything goes back to about the whole search and printing, whatever it is, signs or posters.
Yeah, I do remember Ken saying that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever is left upon the conclusion of the case will be donated to Ground Search and Rescue. And I just dropped my email and my phone number in the chat, that if you're interested and wanting to get put on the list for the next order of signs, because like I say, all 55 are out there.
That's great. That's awesome. So, I mean, Belinda, obviously, okay. So with the search quickly, again, thankfully there's this organization said, sure, you know what, like, let's go help search for Jack and Lily and, stuff like that. But, what would you want to say just to everyone again about Jack and Lily's case, the focus, the search coming up and stuff like that? I mean, obviously you sick and tired of side noise and stuff, but
Yeah, I would really like people not to pay so much attention to all the side stories, because they mean nothing to finding Lily and Jack. And hopefully we can get as many searchers out there to join the team and have professionals search with them, so we can keep it organized, so we're not double searching areas. So if we can all join forces into this search, it would be phenomenal.
And do you know if anyone has, like, are they bringing any sort of dogs, do you know, in this search?
From what I know of, they do have their own dogs. I don't know how many will be brought in. I know there's one for sure that I was told is coming. But I told them that they also have to beware, because it is hunting season here and it's also trapping. So there would be snares up for coyotes.
Right.
So they're going to have to watch it with the dogs.
Right. So. Okay. Is there anything else yourself that you wanted to touch on that we haven't talked about? With regards to just anything to do with anything?
Well, okay. For my future plans of what I am proposing to do with the guardianship, I am looking into starting a GoFundMe.
Okay.
I still have details to work out with Daleen, because it would be nice so that everybody knows exactly what funds are needed for what. So those details all need to be worked out. And I would appreciate any help I can get.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A GoFundMe. And again, you said you had to work out the details and all that stuff for that, obviously.
Yes.
But, I know, and can I just say this a little bit? Is that, so I know Belinda was struggling with this, because it's not like she's a person out there that, like, sometimes, I don't want to say the ego, it's hard to ask people for things, and stuff like that.
Very hard.
Yeah.
And you see so much negativity with these GoFundMe, so it made me very apprehensive.
Yeah. But we know that there's so many people out there that will absolutely, like, including myself and you guys, that will help aid Belinda in some financial help when it comes to Jack and Lily. And if you're not able to, again, just keep sharing, talking about Jack and Lily and stuff like that. But Belinda obviously will let us know when that time comes for that. But it's, again, I know this was very hard and for Belinda to put that out there, because a lot of people can be very negative towards this stuff.
Yes, they can. That's why I'm I gotta wait till my lawyer, Daleen, can do up a copy of what financial things will be needed for.
Yeah.
Because
And
she is pro bono and that her services are all free.
sorry, I gotta mute Kent for a second here because Kent's coming through.
But court costs, any documentations, court reporters,
Yeah.
subpoenas, all that costs money.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know what, Belinda? You know she's not Miss Moneybanks over on her end, are you?
No, I'm not.
You know, and again, I, same thing, right? You never hear me asking about for donations on the channel and stuff like that. It's just not built in me, so I know how hard that this is to you know, was to come out to say or ask. But you know, we supported Belinda. Belinda had talked to me, Charmaine, and Kent, and others, and stuff like that, asking us for our thoughts. We were like, yeah, absolutely. You know, for Jack and Lily to aid in this fight for the court costs, you know, to have a guardianship of Jack and Lily. Absolutely. So again, for all your love and support, we know there's tons of you out there. We're going to ignore any negativity that ever might come from this and stuff like that, because we all know that Belinda has been fighting for justice for Jack and Lily pretty much right near the start when she came out. Really, truly the one family member that is constant. And she is the paternal grandmother. And again, we all know how heartbreaking this has been for you, Belinda, to deal with this whole thing. But I truly hope that, you know, like everything with Jack and Lily, and that, you know, that we get answers, that you get guardianship as well of Jack and Lily, so that, yeah, you can get information. And, you know, just, I think all of us can just say that our hearts go out to Belinda. And again, we'll help and support you in any which way we can. Obviously, I'm Daleen. Thank you for pro boning this for Belinda. Again, it takes does take an army to help and to do things. And so, again, thank you for everyone for your love and support for Belinda, for Jack and Lily, first and foremost. And also, I mean, I still want to say this regardless. I mean, every family members that are truly looking for justice for Jack and Lily. Again, so sorry that you guys are all struggling and going through this over 5 months later. Okay, that's my piece on that.
Belinda,
Yeah.
one question that I would have is, does she have a deadline to rebut and either contest, like notify you that she's going to contest?
I'm
Or
assuming,
have to get a court case?
so, but Daleen would have the answer to that better than I would.
Yeah.
Are you able to provide that, Daleen, in chat? I know you're here. I see you're here.
Yes.
I'm not asking for confidential details. I'm just saying, is there a deadline for Malaya to reply on whether she will contest or not? Or does it have to get a court hearing to start the whole process?
Now that part, I think I can answer it. It has to have a court hearing to start it.
Okay, so it could be another bit before you get into the court system that she would have to reply.
Yeah, it's got to be filed first.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, because I wasn't sure. So I'm glad you brought that up, Belinda, because I wasn't sure where you were at with that. You know.
Well, I've been putting it off because like I said,
Yeah.
asking for money is a really hard thing to do.
But not in this case. Again, Jack and Lily need answers. Again, there's so many.
I was so hoping we were going to get answers with the cadaver dogs, and I wouldn't have to go through this. But
right. You know, and who knows what might happen in the meantime and in between time. You know, again, just day by day, really see how it all transpires out there for answers for Jack and Lily. And, you know, yeah. But anyway, I do appreciate you bringing that up because I wasn't sure, like I said, where you were
No,
at with it. But
I
thank you
appreciate you for pushing me. Thank you.
on there. Well, again, there's tons of people that just want to support you, love you, help out with anything that we can and stuff like that, right? I mean, again, there's so much love out there for you, Belinda and Jack and Lily and stuff like that. And you would remain steadfast, a warrior, through all this, through all the tears and through all the, heartache and stuff like that. There's a bunch of good group of core people out there that just really, like I said, love you and will help you for sure. And so whenever that becomes whenever that's ready to go, then we'll, of course, put that out there for the GoFundMe for Belinda. So was there anything else, Belinda, that you had or needed
No,
to say?
I think I'm going to let you go at this
Okay.
point.
Well, again, I thank you for all the different conversations and all that stuff about Jack and Lily. Again, bless you, your daughter, Chelsea, that I know is like, a pillar of strength with you as you're going through this journey and others and all that stuff. But anyways, love you. Thank you so much, Belinda.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody. That it means a lot.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
I'll message you tomorrow, Belinda. I won't get a hold of you tonight. I'll ask.
Thank you.
I'll ask
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Okay. Anyways, thank you so much. And prayers for Jack and Lily, Belinda, obviously.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Okay. That was really nice. Oh, do you need me to help you leave? Or are you good?
I'm just trying to figure it out.
I'll get you. I'll kick you. Boom. There she goes.
That's not very nice.
I know. On there. But anyways, that was really great. That Belinda joined us. And stuff like that, Kent, was there anything else you wanted to touch on? We're at 4-hour mark, but and I know it's like 7, 8, 11 there or something like that, eh?
Coming on 11 o'clock. I was just going to say, for popping on for a quick live, as we said, and here we are 4 hours later and we're still here.
Well, you know what? Honestly, it would have been a lot shorter, but I just really have enjoyed the fact that, like I said, Belinda, I think about her like every single day. But I would say in like maybe the last month, like usually because I was busy with my stuff at work, and I know that she has a lot going on and stuff like that, and I've been tired. So usually I'll message her like it depends. It could be a few days in a row, or there could be definitely 2 or 3 days break, and then I'll be like, so how's everything going? But she hasn't been on a live in a while, so it was just really nice to hear from Belinda again. Talk about Malehya'S statement, obviously Malehya'S letter, and regardless of that, yes, it's over 5 months in this statement, and a lot of people would have loved to hear it before, but it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, everything, it is what it is. And
but I think where we are a little bit different is, yes, we haven't been here in a little bit, but I think we spent 4 hours tonight talking about information. Some of it was review, but it's not the repetitive stuff that every other creator is stuck on. Because we're talking about Jack and Lily, where everybody else is talking about the side happenings.
Yeah. Like I was going to say, I mean, Reddit, whatever channels do, they do. But yeah, I don't like to get lost in the drama stuff. So even if behind the scenes, I'm looking at it and stuff like that. And again, if channels want to put out certain things, but I just really didn't feel like it was relevant to the help of like finding Jack and Lily information. Again, there's definitely some things in there that will help with some side things going on, perhaps, and knowledge. But as for sitting there, trying to air out this information, right? Like, I mean, it's like if you make your bed, you have to lie in it. and that goes always with everybody, right? Be accountable for what you put out there. Know that it's going to be screenshotted or recorded and stuff like that. And, you know, when it comes to all that stuff, I just really not into the drama. And that's why I really don't do the Facebook groups and stuff like that. I don't, I don't like to lose the focus. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not perfect. I have, you know, put myself, well, I've poked the bear sometimes at channels and stuff like that. If I feel like they're being disrespectful to me and stuff, you know, but I really don't like to get into that stuff either, because it just actually adds more drama to it. And I really don't pay attention to a lot of creators. First of all, I work full time. I got lots of stuff that I have to do real and on here. And I don't know. Again, we are a channel that just wants to put out the facts and not the BS noise behind all this, even though I know that there's lots of people that want that information and stuff like that. Just this channel's not going to be the one to, you know, put that out. And yeah, I just don't think it has actual relevance. The only thing that what I was possible, and I don't know, was, I mean, and even that, it was just really about Daniel, his vehicle that he first purchased, the black one, you know, was obviously working in June, but was it repaired between the time of, you know, the disappearance, or was it, you know, worked on? Because obviously at this point, Malehya'S left. That was seemed to be their form of transportation, was, you know, Malehy'a to drive him to work and stuff like that. But other than that, there was like,
But his vehicle was going to cost more to repair than what it was to what he paid, even though you hear that he bought an Escalade and you think luxury. Well, rumor has it he's only paid $2,500 for it, so it's
oh,
not
right.
much. It's not much of an Escalade for $2,500.
Mm-hmm.
So I suspect with him not working because he's off on stress leave, their vehicle was Janie's. Like,
Right. And if Ginny doesn't let him drive the quad, do you think that she's going to let him drive the vehicle? Her vehicle?
she used the vehicle, her last vehicle, she said, right? Because she said that he brought it home with a bunch of dents in the side of it from ditching it. So that's the reason why she don't let him drive
Oh, yeah.
the quad, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
So
and I really did enjoy like drunk turkey shows. I do wish, sorry Daniel from the drunk turkey show, but I do wish that she would have like been able to talk a little bit more. But I know that probably Daniel will, I mean, obviously he has her on for, I think, different cases and stuff like that. I really just did appreciate, you know, like, I appreciate it when there's two sides. You got Daniel talking about, you know, the reasons why and stuff like that. And then you had Dr. Jamie Vona there, who's obviously highly decorated, you know, with tons of stuff, right? Like people can have their names with doctor when they have like those bachelor degrees and stuff like that, because they're a bachelor of, you know, psychology and da 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 da. But did you guys really enjoy listening to the live with uh, Jamie Vona there? Did you, Kent?
yeah, I thought it was a good one. Um, you could tell that, like you say, she said at the beginning she was coming into it blind, the same way as DT
Yeah.
came into it blind when you and Charmaine got him involved. Um, the only thing, and I said this to DT himself, because he keeps referring to that kid going in the desert 7 miles at 2 years old. I said, you come here. I'll put you up for the weekend and we'll go and we'll see how far you can walk and how quick it takes you to walk.
Mm.
Because it's a lot different than walking across flat desert.
Well, and that's just it, right? Unless you live there, you know, sometimes it's really hard to grasp Google Earth stuff, you know. and then there has been some people throughout the time that had given Charmaine, a drive by from a person as well and stuff like that of the area. And, you know, again, my heart breaks because these are two children that deserve answers. And it's really hard to watch what's going on, but we can't change what's happening, obviously, for that. Meaning, when the right timing comes, when the information comes and stuff like that, it's just all going to be speculation, trying to understand a timeline that we're not sure if it's accurate or where it belongs. We can only go by the day before for sure of a knowledge, like for sure information of when the children in that were last seen versus 10:01 when the emergency call came in. Daniel, denies, I guess, doing drugs that night and stuff like that. But again, it's a wicked. It's a wicked game that I see going on, or that just kind of feels like these children deserve so much more than this BS. But hopefully the truth arises soon, Jack and Lily, and maybe Belinda won't ever need to. What's coming through your speakerphone, mister?
Don't know what you're talking about, lady.
It's probably where you have.
No, but usually it's when the mic is sitting down on the nightstand, but it's not. I'll mute myself.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready to get off? Oh, that came out so wrong. Sonny, keep it
I
cool.
just want to say thanks to the people in chat that are acknowledging that I didn't get banned from DT. I was a little pretty much more than blocked like the rest of you the other night, but he missed the comment. So, because he missed the one that was said about me too. So, I have to give him credit. We apologize for missing it, and that's a man to me. And we said we'll continue on our ways, and that's where we're at. So.
Yeah, I mean, and I do want to read. I'm gonna mute you for 1 second here. Oh wait, you muted yourself. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I was watching it, watching chat. You guys, I just want to put out there that I do not give two shits about the people that are smack talking me in that channel. And I'll just point out two in specific. So Whispers person, kiss my ass, Mariska, kiss my ass, and stuff like that. Again, these people can say whatever they want or try to say things like Sonny's like ruining the case and that, blah, 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 blah. You know what? Again, those words are meaningless to me and stuff like that. Again, there's people that, when people are going into obviously DT's channel, right? Again, the mods are there to really take away any questions that are gearing towards what might be, I think, offensive to Daniel or Janie or Durwood and stuff like that, so it is what it is. He's going to run his channel the way he wants to run his channel. You guys know, like I said, unless you're just a real jerk off, you guys can have your opinions here to say differently, obviously. But I have that same rule. That if anyone ever attacks Belinda and stuff like that, or Chelsea, you'll get your ass booted as fast as you came in. So I will do the same thing when it comes to, Belinda talking about Jack and Lily, because we are here to talk about Jack and Lily first and foremost. We're adults, we can keep it classy and still have our thoughts and opinions. And again, if you're just going to be ignorant, people are going to whine like little babies and go, see, Sonny blocked me, Sonny did this. Don't give a care. If I thought you were ignorant with how you said something and you're just being a jerk coming in here to try to, be ignorant about stuff, absolutely, I'm going to block your butt as soon as I see it and stuff like that. We're not here to play games. We're here for Jack and Lily, the murdered and the missing. If people can't behave like adults and stuff like that, well, then away you go, right? I don't like drama. I don't like noise and stuff like that. That's really unimportant. People have the right to have their opinions, but that doesn't mean you can be a jerk off and be ignorant and stuff like that. Hell no. Not going to accept that in my real life, and I'm certainly not going to accept it, online and stuff like that. So again, you know, uh, whatever said about me, don't care. Right? I know why I'm here. I know what we're fighting for. It's Jack and Lily. Nobody can take that away from me that I have a channel that talks about the murdered and the missing and really care about children, people in general. Not all people, don't get me wrong. Over the years, there's some people I just really just don't care about because they don't show a reason that you should care about them because their own anger or their own issues or their own jealousies or their own problems or their problems, not my problems. Jack and Lily deserve the answers. These children don't have voices, so we're going to be their voice. And whatever other channels do, they do. Simple as that. Just you know what? Let me just. Sorry, Kent. I'm sitting here muting you, and I'm feeling like I was on this live by myself all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm back. I know how to do that now, so you're not getting away that easy.
Yeah.
Grendel says she sent you messages and must be in Messenger. I asked her which one.
It must be a different my other messenger, obviously. Yeah.
Don't know if you didn't come back yet.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Should I play the statement one more time? Or like, are you want to get off or?
Well, I'm gonna drop off. Yeah.
Okay.
I just took my sleeping pills, so
Okay.
I'll be dozing here before
Okay.
long.
Well,
I'll
thank
stay
you,
in
buddy.
chat though.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, again, appreciate you, Kent. Thank you so much, and thanks to Belinda for that. Do you guys want to hear the statement part again? Someone says, "Nah, no need." Well, some people did. You guys want just one for yes, two for no? And Kent, do you need me to help you boot you, or did you? Do you need me? Did Kent go? Okay, kick from studio on there. Do you have to work at 6 a.m.? It's Thanksgiving weekend for everybody. So one for yes, two for no. So one for yes, if you want to hear it one more time, it's about 4 minutes long, if that. I'll just let you guys decide, to be honest with you. One second here. That's the Facebook link there too, where you can go listen to it. Yeah, I wasn't really getting into too much of the whole timeline thing and everything today myself. I just wanted to let Kent say his side and stuff like that. Mostly tell you about the or show you or to listen to the statement from Malaya. Talk about a little bit about the documents, a little bit of unredacted information, which is very nominal at this point. Maybe again there'll be more, and let Kent talk about his thoughts about it, and then Belinda joined us, and that was a great conversation for a couple hours there as well. Well, you know what? Most people are saying one, so let's just do it one more time, okay, guys? It's so hard when somebody else is reading for somebody. I do feel myself still, regardless, is that like these are her children, and it's over 5 months later. We want, even if she doesn't want, but to me, again, this is about Jack and Lily, and these are her children. So I really would have liked her to have read it herself. Again, it does make a huge difference, right? Versus somebody else reading it. But you do have the letter, that obviously you can read yourself. And again, so eh, because somebody else was reading this letter, right? There's it's hollow to me in a sense. When I say hollow, it's just like you just don't get the real feel for the actual mother speaking versus somebody that's just reading something, like the letter. But you guys can go get the screenshots of the letter yourself and look over it and stuff like that. You know, the AI Henry. The one is for to listen to that part again, where about Malehya'S statement. Okay. Share screen. So right, it's focused on bringing Jack and Lily home. Let's see. We're gonna go to the 1 second. Gonna go to
with "Please Bring Me Home."
this
We
part.
have a statement submitted from Malaya Brooks Murray to "Please Bring Me Home," and here it is. As a mother, I love my children more than life itself and feel so heartbroken not being able to hold my two children, Lily and Jack, kiss them, breathe in their scent, or tuck them into bed, dress them, wake up to their sweet smiling faces. The longing I have for them to come back home to me is a greater feeling than I would never imagine feeling, or put into words how I am feeling. There is not one single day, minute, or second that goes by that I am not thinking about my children. I walk into a store and all I see is things they love that I want to get that for them. When they come home, the candy they like, the clothes they wear, the toys they love, all I see is them. I so desperately just want them home safe and sound, back into my arms where I will never let them go. I am truly traumatized not being able to hear the sweet sound of their voices, their laugh, when they would sing Gabby's Dollhouse song that now only makes me cry when I hear it. Because all I hear is Lily and Jack singing along, not being able to breathe in their scent when I embrace them lightly. I don't want these moments to be memories. I want my babies back home, my Lily May and Jackie. The pure pain I suffer of just not knowing where they are has impacted my life and Meadow's life and my family in the most devastating way. Life feels extremely hard to keep going. With no answers, it's just pure lostness. Like I can no longer feel at home anymore. No matter how lost I feel, I have not ever given up hope that my children will be returned home safe to me. I have all the faith and hope I will see them again. Please, anyone with any information, no matter how small, please come forward. Please do not be afraid to use your voice to help bring home Lily and Jack. Even the smallest details are crucial. I am so incredibly grateful and thankful for all the ongoing efforts of the RCMP, Major Crimes, Search and Rescue, and Please Bring Me Home, PBMH. The RCMP Major Crime Unit and Please Bring Me Home will continue to investigate, and they need your help. You can share tips anonymously at pleasebringmehome.com or contact the RCMP directly. I will never stop searching for my children until they are found and brought home safe and sound. Someone, somewhere, knows something. So please help bring my babies home. To the incredible volunteers, searchers, and investigators, and compassionate strangers who have stood beside us, thank you for your tireless dedication, your prayers, your time spent combing through the woods and yards, sharing photos and refusing to give up. You and the hope of my children will be home, and my youngest daughter are the reason I hold strength and keep going. You've shown me that love, kindness, and compassion still shine even in the darkest times. Everything you've done has not gone unnoticed. Thank you with deepest gratitude, Malaya Brooks Murray.
Okay. That was,
1 second.
so, yeah.
Okay. So again, I didn't play the, sorry. I didn't play the full thing there. And I sent that off to Belinda, the thing that you had sent me in Messenger there. Appreciate that. I didn't play the whole thing. You guys can perhaps watch the whole thing yourselves and stuff like that. Again, please bring me home. So Chrissy Travers, and why is my dinging going off still? It's going off on my phone. Yeah, thank you. Grendel, that was it. uh, is that please bring me home again. Angela was the one that was reading it, the release of the statement. Now, again, whatever you guys feel about it, at least Malaya, yes, did come out. She was reading from that letter that you guys could screenshot as well during this live, and go sit there and read the letter yourself and stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm still very grateful for the fact of any news in regards to ongoings for Jack and Lily, regardless of how we feel. It's something is always better than nothing, even if people feel like Malaya should have been speaking herself through this, for Jack and Lily. Again, right? It's Malaya's choices and stuff like that. So whatever she does is totally up to her. I just feel personally that I would have loved to have heard Malaya read this letter herself that she wrote for her kids, Jack and Lily. But regardless, again, the search thing, I'm so grateful that there's people that are coming in to help assist in that. Please bring me home, of course, is the searchers, Chrissy Travers and Angela, and whatever their team is and stuff like that. Again, bless you guys for, coming to help in that for Jack and Lily. Now, Grenell. Okay, so I know you sent me that screenshot, right? Of Daniel, when he said, I did all around the house in a 4-wheeler ATV. I did as much as I could on the first day and the second day and stuff like that, on the first day, so it's one of those things at the end of the day. Is it an inconsistency of Daniel's? Because it said it in articles, because there's another article, right, that's talking about, how far researched and stuff like that. I think it was, what was it, 20 kilometers or something like that, with that. I don't, honestly, the inconsistencies out of Daniel Martell, I mean, there's a ton of them, right? And again, it's like, I can't wrap my head around the inconsistencies about how many there are and stuff like that, because there's just so many, whether they're considered bigger or smaller. Well, I mean, I said I wasn't really going to talk about the timeline, and I don't think I'm going to do that today, really, myself, just because it's already been a 4-hour and 32-minute live. But definitely, if people think that they're hidden, go right ahead. If they don't feel like they're hidden, and they feel like they're deceased and stuff like that, it still all boils down to the same thing. We want answers for Jack and Lily. He said it on camera. That's when I heard it first. Right. In one of the interviews, Grendel. I'm not even sure if I would say Grendel, but I'm not sure what those little markings are supposed to stand for, to be honest, in your name. So I always just say Grendel, I think, in my head when I say it. Sunlight, not to be rude, just stating a fact. Well, what did you say? Well, let's go up here. Sunlight, you're talking to someone who works in mental health. I don't need your so-called expertise on that, but it's suddenly it's like people deal with things differently. You don't know what past trauma she has. You don't know if she is neurodivergent, ignore bad spelling. No, well, for the most part, we don't know. Bottom line is we don't know shit all, but what we do have is the ability to have our own perception and thinking, regardless, right? Again, I just go by actions. I go by words myself, possibilities, absolutely. But yet we don't know. None of us truly know unless you know Malaya or Daniel exactly, what it is like, I guess, to be in their presence and how they are as people in general. We're just seeing because of this case, we're just seeing these I don't know, these personalities through Malaya, one interview, some text messages, some messenger messages, and obviously a statement, and stuff like that. Daniel, well, obviously we've seen a ton from Daniel in, multiple ways throughout the 5 months. But yeah, catastrophe. I worked in mental health for 20 years. She could have PPD, but she definitely knows what happened to them. I agree, Shannon. I'm not sure what Shannon said. Shannon said, Sunlight, it's the mother's duty to protect the child at all costs. Malaya had opportunity to leave, but her wants more important. Jack and Lily, but her wants more important than, her wants, right? More important than Jack and Lily's, right? Again, I'm looking like through my own eyes. Again, this is definitely the opposite of anything that I would be doing, for sure myself, right? That's just how I feel. It's just opposite. Is it frustrating? I mean, it's their lives, and anything or any involvement or knowledge about Jack and Lily, right? At the end of the day, if there's involvement from either of them, they're going to have to live with that day to day in their own minds and heads and deal with any consequences. Should they be doing a cover up of any kind or anything like that, right? It's kind of like, to me, if there is involvement from them and have more knowledge, again, right, karma's going to be a bitch, and it's going to come. But obviously, if they didn't, and it's something else. Myself, again, I'm not here to sit there and I'm just going to sit here and say my thoughts, because that's exactly why I have a channel, is so that I can talk about things, show things, and talk about them how I feel. And your opinions in chat, obviously could be totally different than mine. I just know from what I feel and what I see with all the information. I'm not sure about exactly what happened to Jack and Lily, besides I have my thoughts. And I just think that in a game, not a game, in the case of two children missing, what we're seeing from both sides is just strange. It's odd. It's, again, I think back to all these cases that I follow, and this follows the trend of that there's knowledge that's being hidden there, because it's not like Daniel's being consistent in what he's saying. Their timeline to me does not make sense. The hidden thing to me does not make sense. And again, that's just my own brain, and sometimes of course, I listen to one of my, I know that Zach Jackson that comes in the chat, he does remote viewings. And I know that like Shal, Tarot Spirit, I really like watching her. And again, it's just, as the case is going, I just try to think, is there something else that perhaps I'm not thinking about and stuff like that. But if there's one thing I just do feel is that whenever there's any lying going on, it's because something's being hidden. And I will not change my thoughts on that until Jack and Lily are answers for them. Because again, we're over 5 months into all of this stuff. Why are things being added? Why is there so many inconsistencies and stuff like that? Why is Malaya doing the things that she do? Is she helping RCMP? Is she not helping RCMP? Is she genuine in her statement? Is she not genuine in her statement? What do all of these tidbits mean? Just like I said, in my head, I just think that the truth is being hidden from us. And I still, in my personal opinion, believe that the three people on the property, if not another person, perhaps have the answers for where Jack and Lily are, what happened to them. And it's because of all these strange goings on with the case that lead me to think that way. And I think that Dr. Janie Vana was not fooled by her vibes of Daniel Martell, whatever that is, regardless. This is to me a highly decorated person that has multiple degrees behind her. I think about Bev, child protection, who's on that same page. And so these people have the experience too, and others that might have that, a lot of degrees in psychology or body language and stuff like that. But we all know that people can have differences of opinions on that. But I'm one of those people that, besides my own intuition, when I hear a lot of people that have a lot of good credentials that are feeling the same way about this case, like there's something off, there's something not right, and it's because if the truth isn't being told, then you have to ask yourself why. And I think that's just the bottom line of it, right? Why would there be this many inconsistencies? What's truly going on? Honestly, again, it's like brain fuckery to me. Like this case is brain fuckery. Because every time you try to look at something, right, from both sides, Malaya, Daniel, knowledge, blah, 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 you try to look at Woods and stuff like that, and okay. And, and for me, hidden, and no, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, to me, again, you guys can think all what you want, but to sit there and to me think that this big plan happened by Malaya, and and if I just don't feel like going through the whole time frame right at this moment again in my head. I'm kind of getting tired, but when I think about the fact of them bringing in cadaver dogs, right? That handler saying that to Daniel. When I think about the fact that they use the words that there's no signs of an abduction or stuff, or by a stranger or known family member. When I think about the fact of Darren trying to give the information over, right, and even out of his own mouth, right? It's like they think it's like a big joke or something like that, and to think that all this digital data that they managed to outsmart the RCMP, and to think that all these steps had to happen, including more people with knowledge of the children being hidden and that they're in a safe place. I mean, let me again, if that ever comes to fruition, I mean, I'll kiss the freaking cement, right? That Jack and Lily are alive and hidden somewhere, but it's not logical. It's more like a big conspiracy that all the digital data, all the information, that Malaya was able to all plan this and stuff like that. I'm sure that they would have probably found some sort of evidence that would guide them to look at that, and that the children would have been found out by now. So 5.5 months later, it just is so astronomically low that that's even plausible, that RCMP, just that they have looked into it. I'm sure that they have, but I think it goes along with, Daniel really pumping this whole narrative of that Malaya, Cindy. Well, again, he uses different verbiage when he does feel like it. One minute he'll say Malaya's not involved. Next minute he'll say that Malaya, knows who picked up the children. So you can't sit there and say both things, right? And then keep changing it on and off and stuff like that. Some people sit there and go, well, think, yeah, Kent's, listen to Kent's right and stuff like that. We can't sit there and say if he's wrong or right. But again, when you look at the two things, Occam's razor and kind of like way out there land, it's not likely that the way out there land is going to be the more plausible one. The more likely thing is going to typically be that, barring the fact that they live in a rural area, no one really feels like they're in the woods at all, or a random stranger abduction, right? So then it becomes about, did the family members do something, cover it up? Which is more like this. And then other people were going to argue, well, like these people aren't smart though. Like, they couldn't have got away with it for this long and and all that stuff. And then there's the polygraph test of 4 questions and, and stuff like that. And it's not like I don't look at all that stuff, but one thing I do look at absolutely is the actions. And because Daniel keeps putting himself out there and then contradicting himself multiple times, and there's never been a clear timeline, and it's an inconsistent timeline that doesn't make sense. Either Daniel got off on the wrong footing with people when he started talking, maybe perhaps too much, and he can't remember that he said this and then that and then this. But I've seen 5 months of that. So why at all would I, sit there and go, okay, well, Daniel will explain this inconsistency, that one, this one, and this one. If Drunk Turkey Show is his space to try to do that and stuff like that, so be it, but it's more logical that it's Occam's razor, and the most simplistic way to the truth is Occam's razor. And this whole other end for Malaya to do all of this, to have her children hidden for years till some jurisdiction, it doesn't make sense. Like, right? Like, I mean, I try to think about this stuff like CPS and, her trying to hide them from CPS because she knows, but she didn't have to, even reach that point at all. So we're talking about something that if she would have done it at the start, maybe she could have come clean and said, you know what? Yeah, I was wanting to get away from Daniel, scared of this or whatever like that. But this thing has been 5.5 months. No one's come claim a reward. They brought in cadaver dogs. I think that says a lot in itself, myself, when it comes to the wording that they're putting out there. It's just my opinion. But I don't think that this is some deep-seated plan that Malaya had. And again, I personally asked Haley to ask if that was said about that Malaya said to Patty, and she came back and said no, that's not true. Now, again, it's Darren's word to say, Haley coming back with that answer. I'm going to choose probably to believe. I don't believe that's true, Sunny, do you believe it is Daniel? For my personal beliefs on this case, for me, I just want to say that, in my opinion, I think that there's family involvement. I feel like Daniel's not telling the truth, that Malaya's not telling the truth, that Janie's not telling the truth. So that's what I feel. So to me, if you're not telling the truth, then what are you hiding, right? And again, that's just from 5 months of watching and reading everything. and stuff like that. Like, right? So how is it Malaya, for instance, tells a couple people about drugs being done by Daniel that night of, and stuff like that, and so it's all that, some of that side information, trying to understand if there truly was a vehicle that within 25 to 30-minute intervals was going back and forth, by the neighbor that reported that, right? The one, if there's one thing I do see is, and I'll agree on this one, is uh, Daniel, to me, uses a lot of the information out there. Um, and then it's like he changes his story accordingly. Um, and to kind of what's being said. For instance, one of the things I feel like I noticed was he started using a lot of water references after the fact, that people were saying that they're in the water because he uses the word dive into it, from whatever her channel was again, I forget, or once people are talking about stuff, all of a sudden the story seems to shift this way. And what I see personally is a lot of information that he could have said in the earlier days when he's doing a lot of his talking suddenly is starting to come out a lot, and it's based around things that make Malaya seem like the children are hidden. I'm not buying that at all, myself. I think that, again, when you logically look at this case, um, I'm not like the whole time window thing, right? They never wanted to, Daniel never wanted to speak about 8 to 8:30. Why? Why? It's things like that that bug me, because you guys obviously would have clearly said that, because it was on the scanner radio. The only people that would have said that is the people in the house that would have said 8 o'clock, and then Belinda, so it's stuff, it's just all that stuff that goes through my brain about, but like Belinda saying, like Malaya never said anything about seeing Lily at all. And like Belinda said during this live, is, she asked Malaya. Malaya said the last time she seen Lily was on Thursday. Malaya never told me she had saw Lily that morning. We never heard her say it that morning. I know it's in the documents, but why was that never said? Why? What? Like, of course you would want to hear the word seen versus heard on stuff like that. Why is there so much inconsistency about, Daniel being asleep, Daniel's words of not being in a deep sleep, and Malaya put Daniel as sleeping from 6:18 to 9:40 when she woke up. But truly, that's not the case, because between 8 and 8:30, Lily was popping her head in the room. And it says in the documents now, like at 8:20, but these are just their words. And that we know now that a call was made to Cindy at 8:28. There was a missed call from Malaya, and that Malaya could talk, because Daniel had, like I said, sent me a screening of being that Malaya, him talking to Malaya and saying, like, if you're near the window and you get this message type of thing and stuff like that. And it's just all these things about them getting through a door, and nobody hearing it, and yet they're playing on the swing set according to Janie, giggling and laughing. In my head, Daniel, he's telling us that he's not in a deep sleep, right? I mean, how could Malaya truly be in a deep sleep if she's 8:30 calling her mom and stuff like that, and you have a child that you've turned on the TV for? Well, I mean, I guess if the TV's on, right, and then to not hear kids go out that sliding door, okay, I could give that one, right, about not hearing that. But what I can't kind of give up is the fact of, that the kids were playing on the swing set according to Janie. They were laughing, they were giggling. How would Malaya or Daniel, because you guys know, that it's easy to hear kids playing outside and noise like that. I don't think the TV was super loud blasting, for Meadow or nothing like that. It was probably just on whatever, perhaps to entertain, whatever. Um, Again, Janie all of a sudden this timeline of that she heard the kids at some point after Ron's phone call. She was texting or messaging Ron on Messenger. I believe it was 6:24, something like that. That was said. She got up at 6:24, messaging on her Facebook or something like that. And then at 7 o'clock, I think it was chickens and then it was like, I think 8:48, about Ron calling. Yeah, I know it was. So 8:48, Ron calling. She says that she left her phone, and in the house, and of course there's a phone call from Ron, from 10:19. So that means that the police RCMP hadn't arrived there at that point yet. But yet she had claimed that she didn't have her phone until after like the RCMP arrived, and she basically said she had would have to go into her home to look for her phone, and it's just uh why did Janie not go shopping with Ron that day? Why didn't she call Malaya to let her know that the kids were out, that she always does, and stuff like that? But it's like hearing so many versions of Malaya on the phone, when she was on the phone, what Daniel did, immediately got into a vehicle. No, wait, that's not accurate. No, it's going up here, and it's kind of like his own versions have done him in by all the different things that have said. So their whole basis, right, is that they were using the timeline of 9:40, regardless. So they were using this timeline of 9:40 to 10:01. Now at 9:40 is when they both wake up. They both come outside together, but Daniel says he's running around like a moron while Malay is just standing there, and I know DT again presented this yesterday on his live, but just because Daniel says that Malaya wasn't showing any signs of, calling for the kids, and all this stuff doesn't make that true, right? It doesn't make it true, because we don't know what's true between what Daniel's saying or Malaya's saying or Janie's saying, for that matter. So we don't know that Malaya was emotionless. And again, it's only, and Malaya she could, if she wanted to, you know, uh, say something about this, but that part of it, her coming out to talk about that stuff, you know, that part doesn't so much bug me because she doesn't really have to come out and tell us, oh, well, this isn't true what Daniel said, this and whatever, especially if you're just leaving the RCMP to kind of deal with it. But I think for being a voice for Jack and Lily is a different story than her justifying all Daniel's stuff that he's saying to that. But we have heard through Wade, through Belinda, that Malaya, was she not really showing any sort of emotions, really? We know that, I think, through Malaya's own videos, and is that we kind of keep hearing about Malaya being soft spoken, and stuff like that. And again, so that part of it, yeah, does it make me think about certain things about Malaya and those actions? But again, those ones, maybe she was in a state of shock, maybe she wasn't, to do with that. Um, and it's just, I don't know, but there's just too many inconsistencies about the night before, about, not really hearing about the kids going to bed. Did they go to bed? Daniel says, well, according to the documents, they say later and stuff like that. Like, there's nothing crisp and clear about this case. And so that you have to ask yourself, why? Why is it like this? And again, so unless you're fooling all these people that have this great expertise as well. There's something to me that's not truthful. That something happened to Jack and Lily. I don't feel like they're being truthful about the knowledge of what happened. I do feel like this is again a cover up. I could be absolutely wrong, but that's how I feel based on all the actions, the inconsistent timelines, you know, all these things that happened again with Janie not going shopping, with Janie, you know, never telling the reporters about a pool being put there for Jack and Lily, between Darren saying that Patty said that she had other plans and stuff like that. It just all comes off, especially since Darren came into it. Like, as for the fact of Darren and people kind of getting pissed and coming out and speaking, but as for Darren, and the insertion of this timeline that was trying to make Malaya at the end of the driveway versus right near the thing, it doesn't make sense to me. At what point could a vehicle that Daniel, who's not in a deep sleep, at what point could Malaya have got out of bed, you know, in this couple 20-minute gap timeline, put the children in a vehicle, the dog didn't bark, Janie didn't see a vehicle. It just doesn't make sense at all. Like, what are the chances that a vehicle, you know what, you know, and then she's going to hop into bed, you know, before 9:36. So it just seems so ridiculous that we're going to start here and then we're going to say, well, during this little time slot, this happened, you know, and oh, that this happened to this happened. And yet Daniel and Darren can't even Kent gave a better freaking timeline himself, at least for the theory of a disappearance, even though it's not my cup of tea personally, because it doesn't make sense that Malaya would hide these two children. And why would she even really want to put out this statement at all? Right? Like, do you honestly believe that Malaya did something, but yet she has no clue where her children are, and that she's going to put out this statement? You know, chances are Malaya would have avoided putting out a statement, you know, at all. Who knows? Who knows? Again, whatever games are going on or whatever truth and lies are going on, but kind of seems silly that someone's going to hide their kids and put out a statement to just keep pretending that she has no clue where they are. Would they have tested Haley for a polygraph test if they believed that the blanket was planted by Malaya's side of the family? I think it's just, to me, obvious. Okay, meaning that they're clearly stating that there's nothing to show an abduction by a stranger or family member. I think it's clear that the police do not believe in this theory at all, that they've probably looked down it. But to think that honestly, from start to finish of the children being taken off the property, no digital data, no nothing at all to prove, no excess clothes missing, you know, if this was some sort of plan that Malaya had going on and all that stuff, and that she hid them for this jurisdiction thing for, you know, CPS to decide on Meadows' case first, and meanwhile it could be years that this could all be playing out. It's to the absurd. Like, it's to the absurd, right? Versus something happened that night and it was a matter of panicking and just simply a cover up, in a sense, and removing either two children, which I still, if I was going my opinion, I'm not going to think that these children were taken off alive and, you know, somehow, you know, their lives were taken out. Who knows? This is a sick and twisted world, people, right? And you can watch case after case with what parents do to their children, why they do things out of love, out of just fucked upness, whatever you want to call it, on there. But anyways, I'm just, you know, I'm going to myself keep it real to what I think. And I just think that the Occam's razor is going to be exactly what this case will turn out to be like. I don't believe that no, it's so astronomical to believe that the RCMP are so ridiculously stupid that Daniel and Malaya and her family outsmarted all these people and managed to just keep it quiet, keep them hidden without somebody talking, and then bring in cadaver dogs. Okay. These aren't like, meaning these dogs are not for show at all. There's to me a reason why Daniel was asked that question, by somebody that obviously is very good at his job, and to me, I believe that when Rob, that McCallum, whatever his name is, dude, from True Crime or the Crimes Unit there, when he said like, well, I don't know. I mean, did I shut the front door there, Rob? Dude, you guys know that this was part of a plan or something like that. I don't know. I call BS on him acting like he had, like, no, I mean, if they want to ask questions, I mean, there's no law going against that and stuff like that. But again, you start thinking about the dollar value behind these dogs to be brought in, right? Again, if they thought that they were missing or hidden somewhere, you don't think that honestly, they would really be putting out a lot more information geared around that. It's just, so no. So if people still want to believe that they're hidden and stuff, go right ahead. Absolutely, right? To your little heart's content on that one. I choose to believe that it's nothing truly. No, that's not fair. Most cases do not end up on such a far-fetched process like this, and that all this stuff in the middle and in between would not have been tracked, traced somehow, some sort of something out there. And to think that this is done, like Kent didn't really know, or nobody seems to know, like why Malaya, right? Like what would Malaya's purpose be? So if you're going to believe in something, right, then what do you have to back that up that makes you think? Like what timeline, what actual stuff makes you believe? And then what's the purpose of why Malaya would do this? And most people don't seem to have an answer for that, including Kent. His was just a thought. It's not like it's true, but it was just like, well, what in Malaya's sick, twisted mind would make her children disappear? For what reason? When you start thinking about, like simple reality, she could have left Daniel with the children. What was this big thing that she's trying to prevent her children from, so that she can't see them for 2 years, without the, RCMP, of course, like, it's just the ridiculous amount of all that just seems astronomically low. I can't say that enough, you guys, myself. It's not that I haven't looked at it. I'm just, nah, something happened perhaps in that home that night. Drugs could have been involved. Well, I still feel like Daniel was doing drugs that night. I feel like that's accurate, but again, they're Malaya's words, but you take some of the stuff and you go, well, that makes sense, and take stuff from Daniel and say, well, okay, this portion makes sense. So it's trying to make sense of the bullshit, but yeah, I just see that. I'll just say Occam's razor. Yeah. Oh, frick me, we're at the 5-hour mark. I just went on a spiel that I wasn't planning on doing. I'm not sure who you're talking about, Marie, on that comment. Why are you Googling the meaning of it? I thought you two were arguing over the location. I don't know, who's that for? Like me? Ken? I don't know. That, you know what? I get torn on that one, Bonnie, to be honest with you. Right? Could Malaya have been doing drugs herself? I mean, honestly, like, is it plausible? Because I mean, obviously Cody did drugs. Whoever knows, whatever boyfriends after that were doing drugs, is Malaya just pointing fingers at Daniel, but yet she was doing them herself? Why would you stay in a relationship with someone that's doing drugs for 2 years? And especially, it's not just weed. We're talking about meth, right? So, I mean, if I was in a betting person, which I'm a betting person, um, I would say that it would probably be more true than not true. Um, but I flip flop on that, to be honest with you. I really just flip flop on that. But it is to me highly likely that it's possible. Just, Malaya never outed herself with it, and I hear some dogs barking there. Um, I know that. Couch potato. Sunny, how the heck has the RCMP not been able to make Daniel and him turn on? Well, again, um, who knows? Maybe they have. Like, again, we don't know, and this is where I get twisted in my head myself, right? So although I feel like there's lying going on, okay. So who's involved in the lying, right? My God, that dog. So it's kind of like, and this is where I get tossed and turned. Oh my God, that dog! Holy shit! I think it's near another dog, and that's why it's doing that. But anyways, and it's like down there, but my window's wide open here. So if I was to go with my first gut instinct about this, I feel like leaving Janie out of this, I think that Daniel and Malaya are the ones that know the truth. I try to look at it so many ways, but I keep getting myself that feeling that that they're both basically trying to save their own asses from the truth. I try to look at it like Malaya is helping the RCMP, but I just feel like if Malaya was helping the RCMP, that instantly, I don't know, vehicle or something would have been searched. We know that a blood relative gets updates, but what kind of updates, right? So I just feel like if Malaya was assisting with RCMP, that I think we would have had answers by now. Because I just can't see that she's helping and that there wouldn't be no answers by now, 5 months later, into it. But I try to look at it from all angles. But if I went with my gut says, my gut says is that something happened that night, that drugs were done, an argument happened, whatever you want to call it, that an argument happened, and what transpired or what mistruths are being told to us, right? We're hearing about the vehicle, and of course, you guys know full well that pretty much every time somebody says something, Daniel always, deflects and says differently, like about the neighbor person, right? About the RCMP, whatever. It's just always a deflection. And it just always reminds me of, when somebody's here and it's almost like they're the center of attention, and they're the person that's telling a lot of inconsistencies, and yet they keep deflecting from everything that's coming their way to take away from himself, in a sense, to be looked at and know that neighbor's lying. The RCMP are just here for looks, but really, look, they're looking in the wrong spot. That whole feeling of like, I'm doing everything, I'm giving all this information. They're my kind of like good buddies. They tell me pretty much all this stuff, and maybe just Daniel doesn't realize that he's being played for a fool, right? And he could be very blind to that. But again, they have the knowledge. But if I was just to go to my gut instinct, I feel like that both of them have knowledge, that it would be a cover up. And I don't think that there is this big, deep seated plan here, that a cover up is simply that a panic thing happened. Children either got into drugs, something like that, something that was unexpected. It was basically trying to deal with perhaps this in minutes because you're panicking. What the fuck do we do? Type of idea. You again, it's not like they had to go over to frickin' Home Depot and pick up a shovel and shit like that, right? It would just really be a matter of, again, a rural area, right? No cameras really around, darkness, maybe a vehicle and stuff like that. And just, driving to dispose of two children's bodies. You know, that's not that's a lot of people do shit like that in cases, and then a lot of times the bodies are found years later by some hunters, or because the earth got unearthed by animals and different things, just stuff like that. So I just feel like, because of the area of where they live, their data, the digital data, the information is going to be very hard to come by, especially if people leave their phones at home and really all you need is a vehicle, to go hide them in the vast forestry, right? That seems to me more logical to Occam's razor than this whole freaking theory of trying to stick a vehicle coming in there with a dog that wouldn't be barking, and that Malaya put them off and stuff like that. And Daniel trying to have this narrative that Malaya's side of the family has done something. For what reason? And why would the RCMP like waste money on dogs in order, if like they wouldn't, why would they? Because according to Daniel, their theory is that the children are alive, right? So if the children are alive, and if the RCMP believe that for a second, you honestly think they're going to bring dogs from over here in Vancouver all the way out there to do some sniff tests around the property, around the blanket, around the area of the boot prints and stuff like that? Like, it's logical thinking that they're not going to be doing this. Why would they waste their time if they actually believe that the children were alive? Why is the RCMP telling us differently? That there's no signs of an abduction by a stranger or family. So I'm just talking about common sense here, right? This is logical thinking. This isn't me trying to go off some sort of odd course to go, okay, so we don't know why Malaya would hide the children, but let's just keep, adding layers and layers and layers, and that the police are so stupid in a sense, or have no knowledge of any of this, that they think these children are hidden. I think it's just common sense that's right sitting there in front of our faces, and just people, to me, refuse to hear or see what's all in front of them about how this case is going. Again, think whatever you like, but that's my thoughts on it. About this, it's that it's not, again, they need evidence. They need evidence for Jack and Lily, right? They need evidence, but I don't think that they have a ton of evidence, because of the fact of Jack and Lily in the area that they lived. If you're not taking your cell phones with you and stuff like that, and you don't really have this big digital DNA, it's not like these bank records from the day before are going to matter, right? And so it's going to be a hard case to solve, because if there's nothing really to go on from camera footage and and just hearing a vehicle and not getting a make and a model and stuff like that of this vehicle that you're hearing, if that's even true, right? What do you really have to go on? Like, honestly, like, what do you have to go on? There's not much. Could there have been no scent left there in the trailer, right? Again, if there wasn't a big time lapse between when an accident happened to when the children were actually, perhaps allegedly, right, taken off the property, like, so what do you have to look at, right? Is, again, it's not like there's this, like I said, or it's not like there's this big forest area that you can dispose of children and stuff like that. There is. And what's the chances that if RCMP don't have a lot of information and they're just going by some practicality of where to look, but yet They could be 20 kilometers away somewhere, in water, somewhere in the ground, versus the unlikelihood of this whole storyline that doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense at all, right? I mean, people can derive whatever they want out of that whole missing thing, but again, at least if you're going to feel that way, then you should have a timeline put together that makes sense and a reason for why this is possible, instead of just saying, well, I think that they're hidden type of idea. So why aren't we hearing an actual storyline of when this all transpired from Daniel, and exactly the steps that make them believe, and where Jack and Lily are? It's just absurd. It's absurd. So it's more likely, like most times, parent involvement or family involvement that had something to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. That's just not me talking out of my ass. Just go ahead and watch tons of cases where parents do nasty shit to their children and cover it up and lie, right? I just don't feel in this situation, we're not talking about a busy neighborhood with Ring doorbell cameras. We're talking about very little digital data and information. So what do they want? They're trying to find where the bodies are of Jack and Lily, especially if they're telling us no stranger abduction, to lead them there and know that. Daniel, I will personally give him credit for being able to pass a polygraph test myself. Don't know about Malehya'S so much on that stuff. Again, but I could see Daniel passing a polygraph based on the stuff that I've personally witnessed, and based on the fact of Dr. Jamie Vona said the same thing. Well, you can, just like I showed you guys before on Gemini, is that you can be asked 4 questions and you can believe it, certain things yourself. So yeah, did you have something to do with the murder of Jack and Lily type of idea, right? Again, you could pass that if in fact it was something more to do with drugs, right? And it wasn't like a murder of them. Absolutely, right? Were you an accessory to the fact of blah, blah, blah? Again, if the answer is drugs, it can easily, but no, right? No, I wasn't an accessory to the fact, of Jack and Lily's murder, because they, weren't murdered intentionally or anything like that. It was perhaps them getting into drugs and them dying because of drugs. So it's one of those things, like, who knows exactly what's going to happen or transpire. All I know is, at the end of the day, if the truth isn't being told, it's because there's something to hide. Simple as that. Take that forever which way you want to, but I do not believe myself, unless something changes my mind differently, that Malehya'S or her family members have these children hidden somewhere for some weird ass crap that I have no clue that's entered my brain or somebody else's brain, and muffins. Anyways, you guys, I've been on this live way too long myself. Marie, it's not on my block list, so I don't know why I can't see her. I don't know. I don't know. To be honest with you, can't explain those things. Now my wife loves pumpkin. Oh, pumpkin spice. Not gonna lie. I want to make sure. I want to say this, that you guys do have a wonderful Thanksgiving and stuff like that. Obviously, the turkey cluck cluck or whatever you guys are doing. I hope you guys do have a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. I believe. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing, but I think we're gonna go out for dinner for Thanksgiving. My husband, it's like, well, I want turkey, but I don't want us to cook it. I don't want to sit there for 5 hours. And I'm like, well, what do you have to do? Just check on it after, whatever. But anyway, so we'll see. I think the reason that they stayed out of the I think the reason they kept the stay out of the woods burn ban going around DM location was if the kids were in the woods, they would be a far better chance. I get that, right? I mean, I do get that, because, we could go back to the start of it when really they should have had people off the property and actually done a search then and there inside the trailer, all around there instead of it being contaminated, getting rid of shit and stuff like that. I still believe. Shh, Sharon, come on now. Come on now. Lately, I'm passing Charmaine's lives. Explore Core, you're on the go tonight. Let's see. Okay, RCMP should have treated this as a crime scene. Absolutely. Just like Sebastian's case, right? Otherwise, it's too late to go back. Exactly. And I don't understand that at all. Like, it doesn't even make sense, people. Why, when two children are missing, knowing full well that children go missing for usually a few reasons, and a lot of the times it's because there's family involvement. But bottom line is, why, if two children go missing, you simply, to me, and again, Jennifer Coffindaffer, FBI agent, former FBI agent, said the same damn ass thing as me. To clear it and get people out of that area, and so that you can at least downgrade to missing, once it's been downgraded. Once you've been able to do a search and look for anything odd and peculiar and stuff like that, talk to the parents. And if there's any peculiarities to what they're saying, that you can go in there, because just because they're talking doesn't mean that they believe them either, right? And that's the thing, is that they might think that they might sound believable and stuff like that, when really they're just trying to gather the information, see if something's being truthfully said. I don't get that. I won't get that at all. But anyways, you guys, okay, I'll shut up now. Fine. Okay, right. I know it's Thanksgiving and I'm wearing one of my Christmas blouses. And they lied to me because they told me my package was coming today and I never got a phone call. So on that, said it was back out for delivery. But anyways, and it got some more Christmas tops in it. I got my Christmas gear, guys, already going. I'm just waiting to pass some of these well, no, it's not going to stop me, actually. But anyways, I love pumpkin spice, all that stuff, pumpkin pie, freaking whipped cream, all that stuff, turkey cluck cluck. I even had, guess what? I even had cranberry sauce the other day. Now, I've taken little tidbits of cranberry sauce, but I never have cranberry sauce with my Thanksgiving dinner because it was like, ugh, I don't know. I don't know if it was the purpleness of it, and I've tasted it a few times. I think it was more like pickled cranberry sauce or something. But anyways, I did have some the other day with some turkey, and it wasn't actually that bad. I do like coolness with hotness. Like, I do like applesauce, or a cooler thing when I'm eating hot, like warm food and stuff like that. But it actually wasn't too bad. Anyways, you guys take care. Jack and Lily, stay blessed. Thank you again, Belinda. Thank you to all you guys. You guys hit the like and share if you haven't, for Jack and Lily. Such a sad case, regardless of the actual outcome. Answers for Jack and Lily need to happen. If it's nothing to do with the parents, so be it. But you know what? Then maybe it should have started off in a different route with Jack and Lily. The internet is harsh, absolutely harsh. We will pick your shit apart, absolutely, and stuff like that. So, the news isn't going to do stuff like that, like we do. But here, there's no mercy. When two children are involved, and depending on how the parents' reaction are, will determine how much is going to come at you. To be honest with you, you're not going to take away the true crime. You're not going to take away people's thoughts or how they feel and stuff like that. But if you even remotely sniffle the wrong way and people don't like it, you're going to be under fire, right? But people just want to see genuineness, and that's just not what we saw in this particular case. Anyways, I love cranberry sauce. Good night, guys. Thank you guys so much. Wish I had time to read more of your comments tonight and stuff like that, but sorry, not sorry. Tired now. Explorer Corps, wishing everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving. If you celebrate it, hug your loved ones. Make it known that they are loved and cherished. Absolutely. If that ends up the case, honey, I pray all three of them have the, well, absolutely, right? But again, judgment will come from evidence if there is some towards that. And, you know, but the focus always is answers for Jack and Lily. You know, at this point, are you guys expecting, you know, all these truth bombs to start coming out about Jack and Lily and stuff like that, considering it's been 5 months and this is what we've kind of, you know, been given? No, we're truly going to have to wait until somebody comes forward, somebody gives a tip in regards to Jack and Lily, until the RCMP can solve this case. And hopefully that does happen. You know, obviously it happened yesterday, to be honest with you, you know, regardless of the outcome. Jack and Lily, bless them, bless their little hearts out there. Prayers for Meadow as well, as she, you know, is obviously in a foster home and stuff like that. And, you know, for children, adults, you know, like I said, you give birth to children, it's your responsibility the rest of the way and stuff like that. But, you know, children deserve just, you know, everything. They deserve everything. But anyways, okay, I'm getting off now. Talk too much. Now I'm just not stopping. Whoops. Video file. And thank you, Rhonda, by the way, for the super chat earlier. I want to say that as well. And Wisdom Beauties.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play.
No, they didn't.
On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope's soft tune. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. In our hearts forever you'll stay.
Good night, guys.
With every prayer we send your way.